Yeah. We don't do rumors. We run facts. No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts. This is hit and run. I walk through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. Seen men fold when the lights got bright. See truth drown in the headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen too many lies dressed up like kings. Too many weekends pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough. This is hit and run. Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess. Hit and run. Hard truth overloaded guns. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the face, then we run. Fearless from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet crack, ribs taped tight. Still showed up ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckles scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening, I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mind. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wire. We ain't here to preach or beg. Just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud. It's cold and clear, that's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick, cheap thrills. So we told that line, never settle our name. Legacy heavy, we guard that flame. This is hit and run. Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filtered tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong. Hit and run. Built from discipline, sweat and blood. Facts hit harder than a loaded gun. We hit the truth, then we run. No emotion, just evidence. Yeah.
All right. It's hit and run time. And tonight is the continuation from last live that we did. We had two gentlemen back. Well, we have one gentleman back, LJ, the Southern Vegan. And we have Black Cleaner, who was a participant in the chat, that also had something to say about Dr. Sebi and Fearless insulting the man and calling him a fraud. Oh, the audacity. After this man done healed so many people and contributed to society. What have you done, sir? What have you done? But hopefully you guys like the intro. I'm messing around with some AI music. I actually have a song that I'm dedicating to the men and women of the armed services that are having to go over to Iran. It's not political, but at the same time, I feel for those brothers and sisters that have to go over there and fight another man's war for no reason. But at the end of the day, we're here to discuss Dr. Sebi and whether this man was somebody that actually did some great things and contributed to modern science with old technology and old herbal remedies and recipes that help people heal their bodies, or whether because science didn't say it works, then it shouldn't be worked and it shouldn't be used. But I'm going to have each one of these gentlemen introduce themselves and they have their opening arguments to volley into the discussion. And then after that, we're going to get into rebuttals on the opening, and then we'll get into specifics that people want to bring out about either Dr. Sebi or discredit some of the things that are brought up, meaning Fearless is the prosecutor. So since Fearless is the prosecutor, we're going to let Fearless have the opening statement. in his positioning. We're going to be jumping around with videos and everything else. So Fearless, if you're ready, if you want to load your first video in the background so I can go ahead and play it. You
so
said
the actual
is a fraud. Prove me wrong. God, dog, man, you coming out like that? That's true.
So this is the actual opening statement, like my video and stuff, right?
Right. Whatever you want to use, whether you want to use verbal or whether you want to use video. You know me, when I first opened up, I always had a pre-recorded opening. So
let me mute myself just in case. If you had sex with a man, I would ask you,
why are you gay?
My panel would use an excuse like this.
Man, listen, bro, just because I cheated one time, that make me a cheater? Yeah. So if I cut hair one time, that make me a barber? You ain't even thinking.
And throughout this debate, every time I find Alfredo to be lying, giving false truths, or not understanding science, they will say, just because he is not telling the truth about many things, we still need to believe him. And I would say, that's like stealing, but saying you are not a thief. I'm going to say Dr. Sebi once, so everyone knows who I'm talking about. After that, I'm going to refer to him by his real name, Alfredo Bowman, because he was not a medical doctor. Titles matter when you're giving people medical advice. I wouldn't call myself a lawyer if I never practiced law, and calling yourself a doctor when you're not one gives people a false sense of authority. Tonight, I'm going to prove something very specific. I'm going to show that Alfredo Bowman was a fraud, a charlatan, and a snake oil salesman. And I'm not going to do it by attacking him personally. I'm going to do it using his own words. We're going to take what he said, play it, slice it up, and examine it piece by piece. And when we do that, you'll see something important. When you listen carefully to what he actually says, it becomes clear that he often contradicts himself and doesn't even understand the science behind the claims he's making. There's a saying people use: if it quacks like a duck and walks like a duck, it's probably a duck. Actions matter. If someone lies about something and the claim is not true, what does that make them? If someone sells miracle cures without evidence, what does that make them? Those are the kinds of questions we're going to examine tonight. One of the things Alfredo Bowman liked to say was, if nature didn't make it, don't take it.
If nature didn't make it, don't take it. If nature didn't make it, don't take it. Don't take it if nature didn't make it.
That sounds simple and convincing, but we're going to test that statement against reality. Because many of the things he tells people to take, including certain supplements and mineral formulas he sold, are not things that nature simply produced on their own. They are prepared, processed, or manufactured products. We'll also show that many fruits and vegetables humans eat today are the result of centuries of cultivation and selective breeding. So the rule, if nature didn't make it, don't take it, suddenly becomes very flexible when someone is selling supplements. Tonight, my position is straightforward. I'm going to show that many of the claims made by Alfredo Bowman are not supported by biology, medicine, or basic logic. He claimed mucus causes disease. He claimed alkaline foods cure illness. He claimed herbs and minerals could cure AIDS and sickle cell disease. And he claimed modern fruits and vegetables are dangerous because they are hybridized. But when we examine these claims closely, they collapse under basic scientific scrutiny. First, mucus is not the root cause of disease. Mucus is part of the body's defense system. It traps bacteria, viruses, and particles so they can be removed from the body. Calling mucus the cause of disease is confusing a symptom with the mechanism. Second, the alkaline theory misunderstands human physiology. The stomach is supposed to be highly acidic because digestion requires acid. Meanwhile, the body tightly regulates blood pH regardless of what foods you eat. The idea that disease cannot live in an alkaline body ignores how the digestive system and blood chemistry actually work. Third, Sickle cell disease is not caused by missing minerals. It is caused by a mutation in the hemoglobin gene and is inherited from parents. Babies can be born with sickle cell before they have eaten any food at all. Fourth, HIV is a virus that integrates its genetic material into human immune cells. A diet cannot remove viral DNA that has integrated into a person's genome. That's basic virology. We'll also talk about the claim that hybrid foods are dangerous. The reality is that almost all fruits and vegetables humans eat today are the result of centuries of selective breeding. Agriculture itself is the process of shaping plants. So the hybrid argument doesn't hold up either, especially when some cultivated plants are allowed and others are banned with no consistent rule. Another issue we need to talk about is contradictions. Alfredo Bowman claimed plants alone could cure disease, yet he also sold mineral formulas and supplements. If the diet itself cures everything, then why do you need pills on top of the diet? That's an important question, and we need to distinguish between correlation and causation. Feeling better after improving your diet proves that you improved your diet. It does not prove that you cured a disease or validated the theory behind it. Removing junk food, losing weight, sleeping better, and reducing stress can make anyone feel healthier. That's not the same thing as curing AIDS or reversing a genetic mutation. We also need to address testimonials. A testimonial tells you what someone experienced. It does not tell you what caused it. Without controlled evidence, confirmed diagnoses, and reproducible results, a personal story is not proof of a medical cure. And finally, there's something I call the difference between research and me-search. Research is controlled, tested, replicated, and verified by independent scientists. Me-search is when someone says, I tried something and it worked for me. Those are not the same standard of evidence. So tonight, I'm going to present biological mechanisms, genetics, and medical science. The people I'm debating will likely present opinions, personal experiences, and hypotheses. Those two things are not on the same level. If a claim is true, it should stand up to evidence. If a treatment cures disease, it should be demonstrable and reproducible. And if someone claims one system cures AIDS, sickle cell disease, blindness, and everything else, then the burden of proof is on them to show the evidence. So the line tonight is very simple. Mechanism and proof versus belief and anecdote.
All right. So we had our first live. That is the opening statement of our prosecutor fearless. And Jesus Christ, if it don't fit, you must have quit. He's opening up his volley with an argument and picking out all angles. Okay. So of the defense team, who wants to have their first opening statement? Would Black Cleaner or LJ go first? All right, Black Cleaner.
Well, first of all, I wanted to just say I'm not here to debate. I'm just here to say the truth, because Dr. Sebi was a great man who brought information to us as Black people, okay? And all he did was share what worked for him. When he was in his 20s, he was a merchant mariner, yeah. Fearless is correct. He is not a doctor.
Right.
Okay. We all can agree on that. He was a merchant mariner. He was sick. He always talks about him having asthma. He always talked about him having impotency. He always talked about him having diabetes. And then he also went to all of these doctors, being a merchant mariner all over the world, looking for the cure. The people who had the books and all of the science, and none of them could help him. Until one day in 1964, Dr. Sebi ended up getting the information of what they call in the Spanish language a curandero. Okay, a curandero is a healer. That's what the Spanish word is for, curandero. Okay, Luckily, he spoke Spanish because if he spoke English like the rest of us, he'd be stuck with all these ailments that he had. So he gave it a shot. He went down to Mexico. He met with this curandero. Okay, the curandero told him, "You've been eating junk for 30 years. I need you to stop eating this junk. If you are in a hole, the first rule is to stop digging." Okay? That's what Dr. Sebi. I have, videos that show that's what he talks about meeting this Mexican healer by the name of Alfredo Cortez. 90 days of fasting and 90 days of eating the right foods, all of his ailments disappeared. So what did Dr. Sebi do? Oh, okay, well, it worked for me. Let me go to my people and share what the experience that I had. Okay, so he brings this regimen, this treatment that he got from Alfredo Cortez, this Mexican curandero, to America and shares it with his people. Now, I do not appreciate that he is calling him Alfredo Bowman. And the reason I don't appreciate him calling him Alfredo Bowman is because Dr. Sebi was also a part, and he tells you that he was Muslim and he sat down with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Just like Malcolm X changed his name from Malcolm Little, and Cassius Clay changed his name to Muhammad Ali, Dr. Sebi changed his name to Sebi. Okay, so this man is being a Mr. Ernest Terrell, and everybody knows the big boxing match that happened between Muhammad Ali and Ernest Terrell, and where he was calling him Cassius Clay, and Ernest Terrell was telling him, Muhammad Ali was beating him for 15 rounds, telling him to say his name. So I'm here speaking on a man who can't speak for himself and tell Fearless, say his name. Put some respect on his name because he helped many Black people, not because of these diets that you are claiming that he put out here to promote the herbs. No, all he was saying is, hey, I went to this Mexican healer. He told me to fast for 90 days, stop eating all of this processed food, refined foods, and start eating healthy. As you put in here in your intro statement, he said, if God didn't make it, don't take it. I agree with that. And that's all that he was telling us. Now, the difference, now you're saying that he didn't cure anything. Okay. Now, if we look at from your standpoint with medical, okay, but also cure also means symptom remission. If you got cancer, okay, you take chemotherapy, you put you put the cancer into remission. The symptoms is gone. Okay. Now me, as I said, I'm just a cleaner. Okay. My background is in restoration. My background is also in pest control. Okay. Now I can explain to you all what I mean in pest control language. All right. There is something that's called pesticide application where you're eradicating the pest directly. And then you have something that's called integrated pest management, where you change the environment of the place where the pests are thriving. You remove all of the habitats, all of the food, and you make it a place where the pests cannot live, breed, hide, and thrive. Okay, when you do that and you change the environment, that in of itself will have the pest go either one, die out naturally, or two, find another place to be. Okay? Dr. Sebi was only talking about host optimization, meaning change the environment in your body and the viruses and the bacteria will not thrive in your body. They will die out. Okay? And you do that by garbage in, garbage out. Remove the garbage. Once you remove the garbage, then guess what? The bacteria, the viruses, and all, they do not have anything to feed off of. Okay. Also, too, when it comes to alkaline diet, he was not promoting an alkaline diet. Dr. Sebi was promoting the healthy God's diet. But what he noticed was that God's food was on the alkaline side. All of nature's foods was made alkaline by circumstance. But guess what? Just like when the what's it called, the food industry, they see that the people are going for a food craze like organic. What do? They now put organic on their food. They also put natural on their food. So what happened? Everybody was talking about alkaline diets. So what did? They started making alkaline foods. Not everything that, I mean, as he said, everything that God made is on the alkaline side. But guess what? Not everything that's alkaline God made. And you said that yourself within the intro. And I'm just gonna land because I know I've been rambling on. Also
All right.
too, all right. The message, you're separating the message from the man. Okay. Now, he had to sell this message to different people because all of us black people are not in one vacuum. All right. Because we're not all in one vacuum, he's going to say some things that make sense to one group of people that might not make sense to another group of people. If I'm talking to the brulee crowd, I might say, hey, you know, if you eat a balanced diet of plant-based minerals, it will make you feel better. It will give you that host optimization, and therefore the bacteria in your body will be reduced because it can't thrive in your system. And the brulee black folks might be like, cherry on, thank you, Dr. Sebi, I appreciate that. But then but most of the people who are black, we are poor, we have the most amount of problems and the least amount of money. And guess what? We also have the least amount of education. And Dr. Sebi, because he didn't go to school, because he talks about that too, he understands how to talk to people who didn't go to school. He just makes it plain. That's one of the things that they teach you when you go to the Nation of Islam and when you go to the mosque. They say make it plain, put it in a baby bottle so that even a 2-year-old can understand. And that's all he was doing. He was sharing information and making it plain so that even a 2-year-old can understand. Because that's what, as you said, in me search, that's what worked for me. I got the message, but evidently Fearless did not, or he got the message, but he got overwhelmed with the message, and now he's saying that he's talking contradictory. The message was probably not for you. Maybe, and sometimes it's the message, sometimes the messenger might not be the right messenger for you. But guess what? There are plenty of other people who have shared the same information. You have John Harvey Kellogg, okay, who had the sanitarium in Battle Creek, Michigan. He was sharing the same information to his people about eating a plant-based diet and fasting. He actually had a whole center that tied to that. Is he a fraud? No, he's not. They named a whole cereal and made a whole company after him. Shelton Graham, the Graham cracker. He believed in the same thing. Don't eat meat because, meat and all of these, during that time, the diet of the Americans was meat, butter, lard, bread. And he was saying all of these things are not healthy for you. They're going to cause illness. So therefore, you need to eat a lot more fresh vegetables and fruit, and also fast, and also stay away from alcohol. Is he a fraud? No, they named the whole graham cracker after him. So this thing that Dr. Sebi was sharing with black people was nothing new. But as soon as he starts sharing it with black folks, okay, now all of a sudden people are acting like Mr. Snow from Django. Who's that nigga on that nag? That's what Fearless is doing right now. He's walking around like Snowball. Who that nigga on that nag? And I'm gonna land like that. Put some respect on his name. He did a lot great people. He can't defend himself, so I'm gonna speak on his behalf, and I'm just gonna speak the truth. And I'll end there.
All right. So We're going to go ahead and bring up LJ with his opening remarks, and we step Black Cleaner back down. Black Cleaner, you got a lot of background noise. If you can mute your mic, we really appreciate it. Black Cleaner said, put some respect on his name and say his name right. Dr. Sebi is his name, and put some respect on it. And now we're going to bring up LJ and let him have his opening statement before we get rebuttals from Fearless.
All right, y'all. Hey, appreciate it. First off, thanks for allowing me on the platform. Let me go ahead and get this off. First off and foremost, let's try to be clear. The whole title of this live stream is about whether or not Dr. Sebi is a fraud or whether he's legit. I really don't want to get too deep into the labels all that much, but I do want to make sure in this opening statement that I touch on a few points, and hopefully we'll expound on them as we go through this live stream. First off, one of the biggest things is that he was actually charged with practicing medicine without a license back in 1988, that he could cure incurable diseases. So let's keep that in mind. He brought proof. He brought evidence, he brought witnesses, those that provided evidence, medical documentation that they were healed from their conditions. And I'm hoping we get a chance to expound on some of those conditions are, and a jury of his peers acquitted him of that. So you can't call someone a fraud when he brings the evidence and the truth to a legal system that requires evidence to be exonerated from. Number two, going to something that Dr. Fearless had mentioned earlier, was that the whole point of the issue with being alkaline is that no one can really define it. Well, I don't want to get too deep into the definition of what's alkaline and what's not, but I do want to talk about the philosophy that Dr. Sebi had. Western medicine focuses a lot on germs theory, but going to Black Cleaner's point, he focused more on the terrain or the environment of the body, meaning that if you alkalize the body through a whole foods, plant-based diet, you could remove mucus-forming acidic foods and re-energize and power your immune system to heal itself. Last thing, and I'm going to keep mine short because I want to make sure we get into the rebuttals and a lot of the information we got. Everything that Dr. Sebi has shared decades ago has now been peer-reviewed, and I'm going to bring some of that evidence up from a very credible and well-known source, that a plant-based diet significantly reduces inflammation and optimizes the gut. The very whole seat of our immune system is our gut. 70 to 75% of our immune system is located in our gut. So he was not a fraud. He was forward-thinking, yes. Was he controversial in a lot of his approaches? Yeah, because they were different. But to say he was a fraud when he was actually acquitted by his peers, brought evidence, and a judge oversaw the case, and a jury of his peers found that he wasn't guilty of fraudulent practices of practicing medicine. So he just wasn't about the products that he sold. I'm hoping we get a chance to talk more about the supplementation, because supplementation is important when you're dealing with a body in a society whose bodies are just completely out of whack. You got to do things to jumpstart the system. And I'm going to give some examples of that in my other evidence as well. But finishing up, to call him a fraud ignores all the people, hundreds if not thousands of people that have followed an alkaline plant-based whole foods diet that have transformed themselves and improved their way of life.
Is that the end? Are you good?
That's it.
All right, hold on 1 second. Let me come up. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, which is our chat, you've heard the opening statements from the prosecutor and the two defense attorneys on behalf of Dr. Sebi. He said, put my name. We're going to keep on saying his name, Dr. Sebi. I don't care if Dr. Fearless doesn't like it, okay? We're going to call him what he said he wanted to be called. Now, the man said he wanted to be called Dr. Sebi. Who are we to say he can't be called Dr. Sebi? If Fearless, you want to be recognized as Dr. Fearless, I will call you for the rest of this show, Dr. Fearless, in representation of the prosecution. But damn, hey, I gotta say this, Black Cleaner, you came with one. You say boss. You didn't bring up Django, bro. That's hard. That's cold-blooded. But that's a very good point that that you brought up, LJ. That he was prosecuted by a court for practicing medicine without a license. He brought up his evidence. He brought up witnesses that spoke on his behalf that demonstrated being cured. And yes, I understand how science works. But at the end of the day, the judge and the jury found him not guilty, regardless if there were peer reviews in um, uh, bulletins or letters written in any kind of medical journal proving these facts to be whatever. But it's kind of funny that the evidence that was brought up so far in the discussion in the opening facts, that now there are peer reviews on the same information that Dr. Sebi was given out after his death. Kind of funny that stuff comes out right now. But anyway, I'm going to let the prosecutor, the Honorable Dr. Fearless, come up and start with his rebuttals of the two defense attorneys' statements representing Dr. Sebi. And we're going to keep this short and brief, so I need you to be very concise on what you're rebutting, who said it. And
No,
I'm going to
I can rebut.
Wait.
Hold up, I'm asking a question.
No, let me finish first. You can ask when I bring you up. Okay. I'm putting down the law. So I'm going to give you at least 2 minutes to rebut on whatever point you want to rebut on, and then you can ask me a question on how to rebut. But you have 2 minutes to hit whatever bullet points from each of the opening statements of the defense, and then
No, my question is it just a rebuttal, or am I going forward with my prosecution? That's the question.
Well, first you got to rebut the opening statement, and then we can go into the finer points of what you want to use as prosecutory evidence.
All right, I'll go real quick. The reason that when we had a therapist come on that she didn't call herself a doctor when people said it, because that name has a connotation. It doesn't matter if you call yourself Sebi, but when you start to call yourself doctor when you really aren't, it leads people to believe that you are something you are not. And that's what he usually done. What you guys said was two things. You said that he was found acquitted. No, that is wrong. He was not charged, or the claim was not, oh, did you cure AIDS or did you cure this disease? That's not what he was charged with. He was charged with practicing medicine without a license, selling unapproved treatments, and advertising false claims. That's what he was charged with. And since they said, okay, since you said you aren't a doctor and you're doing herbalist, you're found not guilty. That's not the same as saying you can do something for free. What I'm going to show you, of which they cannot debate, is every time he said this, and this, it was proven incorrect. Mucus does not cause disease. He said that you can't eat hybrid, but he says don't eat broccoli, but you can eat kale. Don't eat cabbage, but you can eat something else. But he doesn't tell you that 99% of all the foods we eat are hybrid. They've been cultivated. They're man-made. So if kale, Brussels sprouts, mustard seed, all come from a wild plant. Say all been cultivated. Corn comes from a wild plant, all been cultivated. So as I go back to what he said in the beginning, if God didn't make it, don't take it. Another thing is, if his medicine, what you need to ask yourself is, if I eat the Dr. Sebi diet, and that's all I eat, why do I need supplements? Why do I need anything else? Why do I need B12? Why do I need omegas? Why do I need all these other minerals? My food should encompass it all. But you know why you need it? I'm going to show you. Because he's selling the supplements to you for $250 for 30 days. He's going to tell you that sickle cell can be cured with food. He's going to also tell you there's no such thing. The people on here just said that he said he can cure viruses and bacteria. He just said there's no such thing as viruses and bacteria. He also I'm going to show you where he says that if you laid in bed and got bed sores, you get worms in your back because your body made the worms there. Come on.
You got 30 seconds.
That's all I need to say.
All right. All right, gentlemen, if anybody would like to rebut his rebuttal, you have 1 minute to rebut, and I'll bring you up and take Fearless back down. Hold on.
Real fast on the supplementation piece. The thing I want to point out to you, when you're dealing with a body that's highly, and just like with anything, when your battery is dead, you got to do something to jumpstart it. And just like that, you have what you need inside the battery. Sometimes you need something to kickstart the process. Supplementation is just that, something in addition to what you're already doing. The system and the foods that are having place, and we can talk about the quality of the food because that's something I want to make sure we talk about as well. But supplementation is to kickstart and to get your body going in the right direction, whether it's vitamins, sea moss, whatever it may be. If your body's lacking it, and you're severely deficient in it, you need something to kickstart your body healing itself. That's the type of herbs and supplements that Dr. Sebi and others.
Is that me or him?
It must be him. I guess Dr. Sebi didn't agree with what he said.
The people don't want the truth to come out. I don't know if he got bumped, but I'm gonna Black Cleaner. Do you have anything you want to rebut real quick while your brother in arms is locked up in the internet
Purgatory
dimension? Yes.
I mean, yeah, basically, yes. He's definitely right. When your body is mineral deficient and you need to replenish those minerals, how do you replenish those minerals? By putting the minerals in terms of supplements. That's one way that you can do it. Okay. But also eating the right foods that have these minerals, i.e. the sea moss, i.e. the burdock root and the yellow dock. These things, and Dr. Sebi also talks about those as well. He says that, your body needs, copper, carbon, all of these different minerals to be replenished. Well, there's only, one or two ways to get it: the food or the supplements. And to speak on what Fearless was talking about in terms of the what's it called, the hybridization, Dr. Sebi talked about that as well. And also there were other people who talked about that. And they said, eat the best of foods, because even the best of foods is poison. We are living here in America where, guess what? The foods that God made was in the forest. We don't have forests anymore. We have all of these farms around here that cultivates our food, and we go get our food from the supermarkets. So we have to choose from the best of foods in the supermarket, but even the best of foods in the supermarket are poison. So, and I'm gonna land right there.
I'm gonna bring LJ back up to finish his statement. I appreciate you. Thank you, Black Cleaner. And then we'll go to the first round from the prosecutor, Dr. Fearless, on his first point he'd like to make. But LJ, go ahead and finish off what you were saying. Did we just lose him again? LJ, you there? Okay.
I'm good.
Yeah, you're good right now. So
okay. Real fast. Yeah. Supplements are necessary when the body is lacking something that it needs, and you have to give supplementation to make sure your body gets back in line as you improve your diet. That's it.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and bring up Fearless prosecutor, Dr. Fearless, and he's going to bring up his first point, and you can go ahead and bring up whatever points, video evidence you want to bring up for your first point, and then allow these two gentlemen to rebut your point that you're bringing up. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
my first point is the supplements. They keep saying that they got a kickstart. The problem is Dr. Sebi doesn't just have you kickstarting, he has it as your regimen forever. So if your food is everything that you need, why would your food be lacking in B12? Why would it be lacking in omegas? Why would it be lacking in iron? Why would it be lacking in all the minerals that you need, and you need to take something else? Because if this is God's diet, if this is the diet that God gave you, back in the day, they didn't have a supplement that you could go to. But I'll go with my first one here. I'll let this gentleman go, and I'll follow up after him. I'm sharing.
I know you're a black man. I know you're an immunologist. I know that people must ask you quite often about the infamous Dr. Sebi. Do you have any takes, any thoughts?
Yeah, you know, this might be the first online discussion I have about Dr. Sebi because I've been putting it off for quite some time. But
you popping your Sebi cherry?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Sebi cherry has been popped. I gotta bring it up. I understand the reason why somebody like Dr. Sebi would be so influential in the black community because, as we mentioned before, there's so much distrust amongst the black community and other marginalized communities and medical providers. As we brought up the syphilis experiments that were done in black men specifically, it becomes difficult to trust the care that you get. Everyone wants to put their hopes and dreams in a person, a savior, and Dr. Sebi is no different in terms of a hope that people have for a way to care and show love and treat the symptoms of their friends and family and keep them safe. And so what he did was utilize black pain and people's pain points when it came to health to make a buck. That's what we call a con artist. So in a very blunt, not so blunt way, Dr. Sebi was one of the biggest con artists to the black community. I know a lot of people will be upset about that because they saw Nipsey Hussle bring a lot of attention to this. Dr. Sebi discussed this idea that mucus and inflammation are the two biggest known diseases. They're the only diseases. Everything else is just a symptom of mucus and inflammation. That is so flawed to tell people that because they will then believe the only way they can be cured is to clear out inflammation and clear out mucus. Both mucus and inflammation are healing processes. Without them, you can get more sick.
It strikes the same chord as chemicals. We put all these chemicals in our body when like H2O is it's a chemical. It's like it's all chemicals. I know you're.
This is what Dr. Sebi is selling you. Has nothing to do with minerals. He's going to give you something and he's going to give you a 21-day detox for $250. Then he's going to sell you something else for $300 something. Then he's going to go over and say, hey, we need something for your hair for $40. You can get the all-inclusive female estro pack for $1,050. Just like any snake oil salesman, this is what they sell you. It's not the treatment. And I'm going to go on to show you if I can go to my first statement, because this was just my opening.
No, you did your opening. This is one point.
So he's going to go. So what I'm saying is Dr. Sebi, all he's doing is just selling you the supplements.
Okay.
Everything else is just water on the bridge. They're going to talk. The guy I just told you about mucus. We're going to talk about all these things that he said. Mucus. It's not what he says it is. He's like, mucus is like saying, once you get rid of your earwax in your ears, you cure yourself. You got earwax for a reason. I want them to show me that, and I'm going to show you that your body produces 1.5 liters of mucus a day. And what really mucus is, if you didn't have mucus in your body, you couldn't cry, you wouldn't have saliva, your lungs would dry up, and you would die. But they won't tell you that. They're going to try to tell you that get rid of all the mucus. Mucus doesn't cause disease. It's just the symptom. And it's your body's way of getting rid of whatever it is you have. Now, I want them to go point by point once we do this and prove me wrong. First one is, why sell minerals and healthy hair and skin kit and all these other things and $1,000 for all-inclusive estro if the things that you're eating are supposed to heal you? This isn't a kit for a jump start. This is ongoing wellness. Why sell a woman's iron support if the food you're eating have it? Why sell B12 if the food you're supposed to eat are alkaline and already have that? That's the scam.
Okay, you've made 2 points. You got to allow them to respond to your 2 points. The 2 points that you've made so far in the argument that you have right now or on this debate is mucus and the pharmaceutical as far as being the spin
Incorrect. I'm just going with the pharmaceutical. My mucus is next.
Okay,
Mucus
so
is
you're
next.
just going to stay with the pharmaceuticals right now. All right, so who wants to step up first for the pharmaceutical angle of the grift? Black Cleaner or LJ? Which one?
Go ahead, Black Cleaner. I'll let you go first.
And before you go, remember, if nature didn't make it, don't take it.
You just said pharmaceuticals. You don't get to preface it.
Right.
Go ahead.
Well, first of all, Dr. Sebi has a business. That's number one. But also, you have the option of not taking these supplements. He's just offering these things because when he would go do his speaking engagements, of course, you're going to have people who trust him asking him, well, if I can't trust the doctors, if I can't trust to go to a supermarket to get the right foods, where can I get them from? So naturally, you got to have something to offer people. So there's where the supplement situation comes in. And, to LJ's point, it's a Kickstarter package. You don't have to stay on it. Once you're able to get yourself together, all you got to do is just keep following the recipe. If I'm a cook or a first-time cook, okay, I need to have an example of the things that I need to be eating. That's all Dr. Sebi provided. Once I got that and I see it, okay, I'm good. I don't have to use your regimen. I just got to follow the recipe that you told me, which is fasting and eating a mineral balanced diet. And I'll land there.
All right, LJ, you're next.
Okay. Question, Ronan. Can I address the issue from the video? Am I allowed to touch on that?
If you have a video, he played the video. It's only fair. So if you have a video you want me to queue up, tell me which one.
No, I want to talk about Fearless video, the one he shared.
Oh yeah, you can talk about that one.
So to go to the gentleman's point that talked about how mucus and inflammation are natural occurrences of the body. Yes, they are. It's excessive inflammation that plagues the body, excessive mucus in the body that causes diseases. And the body reacts to that excessive mucus in ways that develop into things like sinusitis, bronchitis, asthma. Okay, that's one anecdotal point. Arthritis.
But before you give too much away, LJ, the first part is the pharmaceutical part in the grift on the
my bad.
pharmaceutical
I'll jump back there. I apologize. Real fast. I'll say real fast. Black Keener already hit on it already. It's a Kickstarter. It's optional. And if you eat the right foods in the right regimen, fasting, good water, you'll get the results that you're looking for. And I know I'll yield the balance of my time.
Okay. I just want to say, to be fair, back when Dr. Sebi was alive, I'm sure those medicines or those supplements weren't as high. I'm just saying. But I'm going to bring back Dr. Fearless and let him Prosecutor Dr. Fearless. What is your next point? Did you want to stay on the mucus conversation, or did you want to go somewhere else? Or do you want to rebut before you introduce the next topic? You're muted right now, sir.
From my end, it sounded a little low. Was it low when you're in?
The video or you?
Yes, the video.
No, the video. I think everybody heard it. They were pretty clear on it.
Right.
So, did you have a rebuttal to what their statements were, or did you want to go ahead and introduce the next topic?
Oh, we're going to go ahead and introduce what they just stated was, mucus. See, this is what people do. People interpret what they want it to do. I don't do that. I'm going to tell you what Dr. Sebi said it was. Dr. Sebi said mucus. Well, I'll just let him go with the words, and then I'll let the doctors tell you what actually mucus is, what it does, and your body produces it.
Are you sending me a video? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Of all disease. Snot, you making a difference?
Yep, hold up. He said, he said, mucus is the cause of all diseases. The cause. not a symptom, the cause.
The cause of mucus is the cause of all disease.
Cause. Now I want you to tell me how it's the cause. When you just said it's a symptom. So how can it be a cause when it's a symptom? That's like I said, if you have earwax and you get rid of earwax, you're saying earwax was the cause of my ear infection. It wasn't. When you get the earwax, it was the symptom. Now let's find out what mucus really is and why you need it in your body. And if you didn't have mucus, you would die.
Snot do you make in a day?
Okay.
Well, the answer is 1 to 1.5 glorious liters of this slime. And if your nose isn't running...
So hold up. Mucus is the cause, but your body automatically makes 1.5 liters of it a day. Well, okay. That doesn't make sense if your body's making it, but it's the cause of your disease.
Then where does it all go? Well, you swallow it over the day, goes into your stomach, gets digested, and then gets spun back up to make more mucus again. Well, that's all for now.
You swallow 1.5 liters of snot every day, and this significantly increases when you get sick. This is because of a process known as mucociliary clearance. Now, to preface this, mucus is a gelatinous material that has a lot of different glycoproteins. It's proteins with sugar molecules on them, as well as enzymes that help break down irritants and germs like viruses and bacteria. But it acts like flypaper to...
Now, I want you to remember, he said germs and bacteria. Remember, I'm going to show you where Dr. Sebi says there's no such things as germs, bacteria, or virus. They don't exist.
Trap debris, allergens, irritants, and pathogens that could potentially make you sick. And then there are these little hair cells called cilia that move the mucus either towards the back of your throat into your esophagus, so you swallow it, and then the stomach acid neutralizes those foreign materials, or you cough or sneeze it out the other direction to get rid of those things to help protect you from getting sick. But if you do get sick, your immune system responds by creating more mucus to try to trap more material and then expel it out through coughing, sneezing, or...
So if you get sick, your body produces more because it is a symptom of what you have. But let's keep going.
swallowing it. Now, if you...
Your body produces more than a liter of mucus every day, and all the wet surfaces of your body that are not covered by skin, like your eyes, nose, mouth, lungs, and stomach, get a liberal coating. That's why they're known as mucous membranes.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Mucus
mucous membrane, but your body, mucus is the cause. Okay.
Plays lots of roles in your body. It keeps delicate tissues from drying out and cracking, which would expose them to infection. It lubricates your eyes so you can blink. It protects your stomach lining from acid. It neutralizes threats by removing or trapping substances that could make you sick. That's why mucus is the body's first line of defense.
Wait, hold up. He just said mucus is the body's first line of defense. But Dr. Sebi just said mucus is the cause. Somebody help me out.
Against foreign objects like bacteria and dust. It's continuously produced to clear them from the respiratory tract, like a slimy conveyor belt. If microbes do become harmful and you get sick, the body ramps up mucus production to try to quickly flush out the offenders. And the immune system floods your mucus with extra white blood cells.
Wait, hold up. Your immune system does what? Okay.
In fact, the greenish mucus often associated with infections gets its color from an enzyme produced by those white blood cells.
So Dr. Sebi said that mucus is the cause. And I just proved to you it's the symptoms. It's what your body already makes. If you didn't have mucus, everything that your mucous membranes, your eyes, your nose has moisture in it so that when you breathe in any dust, it captures it. So it's not the symptom. Your body, when you get sick, makes more of it so that it can protect you. When you sneeze and you blow your nose, you're getting rid of it because your body has made the mucous membrane, mucus, to capture the bacteria or virus in you to rid your body of it. If you did not have mucus in your body, you would die. You would get infections over and over. But we can't say infections of bacteria or viruses because Dr. Sebi says there's no such thing. I yield.
All right.
And please, I just say, please go against my point. Let them
Okay. All right. So who wants to discuss mucus first on the defense team? All right.
I'm just going to make it pretty simple because we're talking about two different schools of thought. As I said in the beginning, we're talking about host optimization and symptom remission. Okay.
Right.
Fearless is talking about, once again, virus and eradication, bacteria eradication. Okay. He's in his videos, he's talking about the body creating mucus. Exactly. And as they said, when the body gets sick and foreign substance come in, the body creates more mucus, which creates an imbalance. Okay, so your body is imbalanced. I mean, he talks about it's necessary for lubrication and all of these things. Okay, but what happens when you have excess? When you have excess mucus in your eyes, you get those eye boogies. When you have excess mucus in your nose, what happens? You get boogies in your nose because it hardens and it's not supposed to be there. What happens when you have it in your throat? It hardens and it makes it hard for you to breathe. All of these things need to be expelled out of your body. Okay, so and then when he was saying that mucus is the cause and it's the symptom, as I said before, okay, Dr. Sebi is coming from the school of thought of symptom remission. Change the environment. Okay. When he's saying you have a disease, he's saying that your body is at dis-ease. Okay. When your body is at dis-ease, why is your body at dis-ease? Because you got all this mucus in your nose and you can't breathe, or you got all this mucus in your lungs and you can't breathe. So therefore, you're at dis-ease. So all Dr. Sebi is saying is, okay, well, if you want to be able to get out of this disease state, we need to remove all of this excess and bring your body back into balance. That's why he called his diet the plant mineral balance diet, to bring your body back into balance. And I'll yield there.
All right, LJ.
Okay, real quickly, going back to and just piggybacking on what Cleaner said, and I'll take a step further. And Fearless, you'll appreciate this as a former athlete. When you had knee injuries or you've seen other players have to get their knees drained, that was the body's basically bring fluid or mucus to that area. People who have arthritis, that's a form of inflammation. Why did they develop it? The thing is this, because the body doesn't have the minerals and nutrients that it needs, it reacts in such a way it becomes inflamed. How does the body handle inflammation? Sends mucus to those areas and it builds up in that way. So what Dr. Sebi said and what others said, and those who practice a plant-based diet, all know once you get the excess out, once you lower the level of inflammation in the body, it won't just help down your respiratory system, it'll help your skeletal system, muscular system, lymphatic system. Every system will start to come into balance and to ease because you've gotten rid of the excess inflammation. I don't want to get anecdotal, but I know there are people on here that have had respiratory issues, had different forms of elements where they had joints that ate inflamed. Once they changed their diet, got the nutrients in, they stop suffering from those issues. What we can get into wordplay as far as where it was cured or in remission, but here's the thing: those people saw positive results, and that's the thing that Dr. Sebi brought to our people. He brought a way of life or a philosophy of getting people the food they need to get the type of health that's necessary.
All right, is that are you landing your plane on that for the mucus?
Plane landed.
All right, I'm gonna bring back up Dr. Fearless, the prosecutor. What you will be called for the rest of the day?
Now,
Dr. Fearless?
what I want you to hear is, just like a pastor or just like someone else that interprets what someone says, I didn't come on here and say, Dr. Sebi said,
And mucus could be, and I couldn't talk to the people because I let his words tell you. See, I didn't need an interpreter. I let him, Mr. Alfredo, tell you exactly what he meant. And then what these people have done on the panel is they said, well, what he meant to say was, and what he was really meaning, because he couldn't talk to the, us black people the same way, because, your black people can't understand it. He had to talk to y'all different. Come on, man. That's an insulting us. You telling us as black people that you're not intelligent enough to understand something. So I got to dumb it down for you? What kind of person does that? Oh, but he's a doctor. I'm going to show you something else. Let's go to some crazy things that somebody says. I researched him and I couldn't believe he said this. Now, I'm going to play this and then I'm going to tell you what really happens. And he's going to tell you what people thought in the 1500s or the 1800s or late in 2000s when they didn't understand science or didn't understand something. But let's hear Dr. Sebi tell you what bed sores are.
I said there is no such thing as a germ, a virus, or a bacteria.
Well, first of all, you guys keep telling me there's germs, bacteria, and viruses. Dr. Sebi, from his own mouth, said there are no such things as germs, bacteria, and viruses. And somebody put in the chat, of which I will play, why would you take probiotics? Because you have germs and bacteria in your gut and they help digest your food. But Dr. Sebi, as I said abroad, said there's no such things as germs, bacteria, or viruses. Let me hear that, because then he's going to go on something really crazy.
I said there is no such thing as a germ, a virus, or a bacteria.
Oh, okay.
Then what is it? I said, man, it is a microbe that is generated in the body when erosion begins. So see, explain that. I said, very simple. If I take a very healthy human being and lay them on the table and not move them for a month, when I raise them, what are they going to have on their back? Bed sore. And inside that bed sore would be some little worms, isn't it?
This fool just told you if you got a bed sore from laying in your bed and you get up, you're going to have worms. And he telling you that the worms came from your body. This is in stupid thinking, because we know, because it happens to people today. When you get a bed sore, your body starts to rot. And when your body starts to rot, if someone hasn't moved you and a fly lands on you, a fly can smell the rotting flesh and they lay their eggs. And then it produces maggots, because you have people that have that today. Your body does not have the flies or maggots inside of it. It's what's produced. And he's going to go on to say something even dumber, that if you put a potato inside of a can and you screw it, that it has flies. But what he doesn't understand is the fly was already there when you screwed the top on.
Sure. But where did the worms come from and where were they birthed? In the man himself. But why the bed sore? You didn't move that person. That part of him was lacking of oxygen. You never see bed sore on the top of the person. You see them on the bottom. The deprivation of oxygen causes all disease. The big mystery. You see how quick you know that?
Now
every disease that is manifested is caused by the deprivation of oxygen.
Now it's the deprivation of oxygen. We just heard it was mucus. Now every disease is caused by the deprivation of oxygen. See, it always changes according to what he wants to do. And I'm telling you, if you believe that you lay somebody down and they get a bed sore and then they get worms, that the worms was in them, that's 1800 thinking. That's not a doctor.
You have it with that very healthy man. Lay him down and I move him. He would get a bed sore. I said, Your Honor, if I take a potato, place it inside of an oxygen-free vesicle, a vessel, 14 days later, you begin to see it break down. And then you see little worms coming out of the potato. Where did the worms come from? From across the street and invaded your potato? Or from inside the potato?
So I have this. Yes, maggots can infest dead sores if untreated. The condition is known as wound myiasis. It occurs. God, it's crazy. I really got to explain this. It occurs when flies are attracted to the odor of decaying tissue or discharge from open or infected. It doesn't come from inside you. It comes from a fly landing on you. That's what happens. And it says, what are the risks? The risk, while maggots themselves may consume the dead tissue, this is what happens. They land on you. He's such an idiot, this doctor, that he believes that the worms come from inside of you. He believes that if you set a potato out, now I know my man there is in Mississippi, and I know as an old Mississippi boy, you know that sometime when you dig up a potato that it already has the worms from the ground already in it. So if you take that potato and you screw a cap on it, and 14 days later, a worm comes out, and the potato didn't produce the worm. The worm was already there from the ground. Your bed sore did not make you, from oxygen deprivation, make you have worms. We know that the flies just landed on you and infested you. And if you don't know simple things like that, you're telling people crazy things, and that makes you a fraud, a charlatan, a snake oil salesman. I digress.
Can I take this one?
Yes, sir. I'll go ahead and move
Right.
you over to
Well, since you brought up the fraud statement again, I'm going to say this again. A judge and a jury of his peers found him not guilty of being a fraud. So we need to stop using that term, call him a fraud. Now, you can disagree. We can say you don't like it. You can say he's wrong, but you can't say call him a fraud. That's something different. So we got to make sure we use the right language. You're talking about the way things are said, Dr. Fearless. You got to make sure you honor that.
Was he sued for fraud and lost?
Hey,
hold on one second, real quick. LJ, what video did you want me to play? You said number one, but you sent me two sheets. The second sheet, the one that says healing chronic health conditions.
Dude, use the one that says is Dr. Sebi a fraud. The one you're on right now. To the
Dr. Sebi a fraud. The number one. It says healing
number
chronic.
one. Yeah, dude, number one.
Okay. Do you want me to jump to that marker you gave me?
Yeah, go ahead and jump to the marker when she's giving her testimony.
Okay. Hold on one second. Let me pull this up and then I'll share it.
And if I can, Ronan, while you're sharing it, she's going to talk about how she benefited from changing her diet and the type of disease she had and how changing her diet healed her.
Okay. Hold on one second. I got to share this with everybody.
Okay. And Roland, why you putting up? For the record, we got two Mississippi boys on this panel. You know that, don't you?
You got to tell Fearless that. I guess
he knows he's from that northeast corner. He knows he's from the Golden Triangle, Mississippi.
While you pulling that up, I know you're pulling that up. Go ahead and pull it.
No, I can't. He's on his rebuttal.
All right.
You can't introduce new information until he gets through with his. And
I'll just put it in the chat.
All right.
Absolutely.
So this happens, and you understand that food can have an impact. So how does that tie into work and how you shape this thinking that you have about food access, food justice? I mean, these are words that I've heard come out of your vocabulary.
And they do, and it does. And just to take you back a little bit more is that once I realized that food is so important to our whole well-being in our communities, not only did it was able to help heal my body from cancer, but I also found I've raised four sons, all four.
God bless you.
Feeding them the same way. And one of my sons had, which is a chef, and I'm so proud of him, by the way. I'm proud of all four of them. But he really had a lot of issues with skin and eczema. He was doing poorly with that, and then my other children had some other things. But after finding out and using this method, meaning that he had to have a lot of water and also a lot of fruits and vegetables, and especially watermelon, to help get rid of that inflame, from his body, and also the same method that I use. And so now, like you mentioned, I am on a quest to help others heal and to help support our community, and especially children.
That's great.
And this is what why I do what I do.
How's this? So since 2015, this has been the mission. So we're going to go. Lots of questions, lots of conversations. We're going to get a chance to do some. You get to show us some of the skills here on the counter
when you
right here at the Linwood Y.
You can stop
Talk
it
a little
there.
bit about
So here's the thing you got, and again, this is and I'm hoping I got one more video I want to share too. This is actually from a medical professional that actually talks about the plant-based diet and how it benefits. Ronan, real fast. I know he put in the chat about the lawsuit again.
No. Don't pay attention to the chat. That's a distraction. Stay on point.
Understood. So again, you have an example of a person curing cancer by eating a diet that was plant-based, whole foods. She mentioned what she did, not just her, but someone else in that video as well. So one thing I want the chat, Dr. Fearless, and everyone that will listen to this is understand that you can heal your body through what you eat. Now, again, I have seen the video when Dr. Sebi has said that if God didn't make it, don't take it. But again, we live in reality too, where this is what we have. And we have to make, going back to Black Cleaner's point, we have to use what we got to get to where we need to be. So my last point is this. Look at the testimony from that sister. Look at what she cured. And consider what Dr. Sebi was trying to give to the people. I'm done.
Black Cleaner, you're up. You're muted, sir.
No, he explained it perfectly. I yield.
Okay.
We can go on to the next.
We'll bring back to Dr. Fearless and the prosecution.
All right. Just for my rebuttal, the reason that I call him a fraud, and anyone can go on and Google this, of which I did, before I go to my next one. And if you want to bring that up or however I need to highlight it, or I will read it. Yes, Dr. Sebi, Alfredo Darrington Bowman, was sued for consumer fraud in what? I can't see that word. I think it says lost. Leading
where?
The first line. Consumer fraud and loss, leading to a settlement that required him to change his business practices. In the state of New York, successfully sued Dr. Sebi for consumer fraud. As a result, he was required to do what? Pay a fine. Stop claiming his products could cure specific diseases such as AIDS, cancer, and herpes, and refund unsatisfied customers. So I only call him a fraud because he was found guilty of being a fraud. Y'all keep saying he went to this court case and all of this. Yeah, that didn't happen. But what I want to show you is what I stated, they did not refute. I just stated that Dr. Sebi said that if you lay down and you get bed sores, that worms are in your bed sores. I told you from the beginning of my opening, they won't refute the things he said. And what they're going to do is never talk about the things he said. They're going to interpret it the way they want to. Now, I just showed you in the first video that Dr. Sebi said there's no such things as germs, viruses, or bacteria. That's what he stated. Now, every time I bring something up, they don't refute what he says. I'm sharing my next one, please.
Okay.
So if you're going to do something, don't bring your words in it. Now, you just told me that Dr. Sebi was not a fraud. I just showed you where he is. See, I'm only going to talk evidence. You just said, or he just said, I'm waiting for you, Ronan.
It didn't show up. Yeah, it didn't show up for some reason. Hold on, let me get rid of this. Oh, wait.
I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it again.
No, you shared it a different way. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Do it again.
So now I want them to refute what I said or what he said. Remember, Dr. Sebi said there's no such thing as bacteria, virus, or germs, that all diseases are caused by mucus and inflammation.
Superfoods that are gut healthy. Mushrooms are very important because they contain prebiotics. Prebiotics feed probiotics. Probiotics are the good bacteria.
Wait, the good what? Hold up. Why would you take probiotics? Because it feeds the good bacteria in your gut, the bacteria that Dr. Sebi says does not exist.
In your gut is responsible for making 70 to 80% of your immune system.
How about the germ and the bacteria? Remember what we said, that nature only creates those things that complement itself in support of life. How does a germ or a bacteria support life?
How does a germ or bacteria support life? Because if you did not have germs or bacteria in your body, you would die.
Ever wondered why people talk about good bacteria in your belly? Probiotics are friendly little microbes that live in your gut and help keep things running smoothly. Imagine your tummy is like a garden. Probiotics are the helpful bugs that keep the soil healthy so plants can grow. They fight off bad bugs, help break down food, and even make some vitamins your body needs. When you eat foods with probiotics, you're adding more helpers to your garden, making it easier for your belly to stay balanced.
Might want to turn up the volume.
Happy.
I think it's just a video.
They never existed.
Wait, hold on. I'm confused, man. Viruses, germs, or bacteria never existed, but in your gut, you have bacteria. That's why you take probiotics. Okay. Not my words. Now, see, if y'all gonna refute something, don't refute me because I didn't say it. He said it.
Everything in nature complements. Everything complements. A bacteria, a germ, or a virus simply does not exist.
Doesn't exist.
It is a manifestation that is caused by erosion.
The number one killer of human beings was infection. Yeah.
Wait, hold up, man. It can't. What is this other doctor talking about? He just said the number one killer of human beings was infection. Infection caused by what? Because there's no such things as viruses, germs, or none of that.
Understand that? So that's viruses have been around since the beginning of time.
Oh, no,
before
they
humans.
haven't. Sir, they have not been around since the beginning of time. Viruses don't exist. Bacteria does not exist. Germs do not exist. It's all mucus.
For animals, they're gonna always be around, and the reason why is because viruses aren't dead or alive. They just get inside of your cell and take control of your machinery and start mass duplicating themselves. So when they're saying you're killing a virus, you're not killing. You can't kill a virus. Like, it's not alive to be killed. Superfoods that are good.
And he is correct. You cannot kill a virus. That is why if you have chicken pox, herpes, the reason you take a shingles vaccine later on is because once you get chicken pox, herpes, simplex 1 or 2, it does not die. It can go into what they call not even remission. It just sits right here at the back of your brain, and you can treat the symptoms. So when he says he cured something, you don't cure anything. If you don't have stress and you eat correctly, where your body is not fighting against itself and causing stress, then the symptoms don't show themselves. It lies dormant. That's all it does. You don't cure it. The same if someone has sickle cell. If someone has sickle cell and you say, hey man, you whatever is causing your sickle cell to inflame, if you stay away from that, it doesn't show itself often, which sometimes is stress. You did not cure it. You just don't have the symptoms. If you don't get a cold and you don't sneeze and have phlegm, that doesn't mean you don't have mucus. That just means the symptoms doesn't present itself. Now, I would like for my panel to please explain to me why viruses, bacteria, and germs do not exist. And I yield the floor.
All right. LJ or Black Cleaner, who wants first? I can't hear either
I
one
will
of you.
say this: I'm
Black,
not
Black, go
going to
ahead.
refute. Yeah, I'm not going to refute any of his claims, and the reason I don't refute any of his claims is because I am not a chemist. I did not study chemistry. I did not study pathology. All of these things that Dr. Sebi has studied once he got cured of his ailments. But also, too, okay, Dr. Sebi went to these doctors, and as I said in my intro, and they didn't have anything to help him. He had to go to Mexico and meet a Mexican healer in order to get healed. And it was the treatment, the fasting, the diet that caused his ailments to disappear that he has shared with the rest of the world. Now, as you heard Dr. Fearless say out of his own mouth, he said everything that I agreed upon. If you improve the body, and I was talking about that earlier, optimization host, okay, the symptoms disappear, okay. Now, in terms of all of these bacteria and viruses, as I said, I'm not a pathologist. I can't refute something that I did not study, okay. Yes, do I take probiotics? Yeah, but guess what? I wasn't taking probiotics when I was 3 years old. All of this new craze, where you're drinking uh, kombucha and all of these different things just now appeared. If you go back 150 years, okay, a lot of these things that are in the stores right now never existed. All we had was the fruits, vegetables, grains, meats, and that's all we ate. But guess what? When they started inventing all of these new things, that's when all of these sicknesses started to come. Did AIDS was AIDS around back 150 years ago? No. But guess what? We see AIDS come around in the 80s, hit like wildfire. Okay. And nobody had a cure for it. Did COVID, what we call, I'm sorry. I know we're on YouTube. I didn't want to bring that up. But did, any of these new diseases that we have exist hundreds of years ago? No. We only know what he was just talking about: chicken pox, polio, measles, mumps, rubella. We only had a couple of vaccines back then to take. And now all of a sudden we're getting 32 different vaccines. So therefore, I'm just going to say it was the Dr. Sebi teaching us about proper eating and proper fasting. That was the thing that helped people heal. And that's what he shared with the world. All of this other, as I said, when you're going down these rabbit holes and trying to explain things, no, people don't understand. Yeah, that's college level behavior. We go to the doctor tries to explain it to us, and just like what he was saying, oh, it's an insult for us to be for excuse me for us to be talked down to. Okay. But we go to the doctors all the time who study these things, and the number one thing that we say to the doctor is, hey, make it plain, doc. What do I got? I don't understand. I didn't read all those books you read. So tell me straight, what the hell is going on and how can I fix it? So it's not an insult to be dumbed down. That's not, it's something that I didn't study. It's something that you didn't study or LJ didn't study. We're studying it now and learning some of those things, but we leave some of this stuff to the professionals. Dr. Sebi, once he got healed, he started studying these things so that he can be able to explain it a little bit more better. But just because he is misunderstood or misunderstood some of the things that he studied doesn't not make him a fraud. Okay, and let's get that straight. A fraud is somebody who is trying to deceive you for profit or gain. Dr. Sebi was not deceiving anybody. And I'm gonna land there.
All right, LG, you're next.
Let me see if I can.
And
I'm
if
gonna
you
try to
have
see if I can
something to
share
share
this.
your screen, share
Yeah,
your
I'm gonna
screen
try
with me.
to.
Okay.
See if I can do this. Let's see if I can do this. So again, this goes back to, let me see if I can find where I did that quick search real quick. Because again,
I see it. I see it. Hold on. I'll bring it up.
Trying to see if I can find that screen.
You just took it down.
Can you bring this? Hold on, let me see if I can. Because I'll read it to you for the sake of time if I can get this to come up.
No, take your time. I know we're not all used to the equipment.
Yeah, I know I'm not.
Trying to stretch and get his stretch on over there. He got plenty of time. You know, he ain't got nowhere else to go.
All right, let me try this one more time. Try this. See if this. Let's get here. Okay. Can you see is where it says the 1988 criminal trial, the big win?
Hold on, I'm bringing it up right now.
Okay.
Everybody should be able to see it right now. Yeah. And I'm going to blow it up just so you can talk and they can hear it.
So again, in the criminal trial, everyone, the state of New York and the attorney general charged Sebi with practicing medicine without a license after he ran ass claiming he can cure, like Dr. Fearless said, AIDS, cancer, leukemia. He was acquitted, found not guilty. That is the criminal. That's the criminal aspect of it. So I'm not going to insult you by reading this again because I talked about this at the beginning. The court challenged him to bring up one cured patient for each disease. He brought up 77 to testify that he healed them. Okay, so that's one aspect. Now I'm going to go to something Fearless that brought up. He's talking about the civil lawsuit. So again, he entered into a consent agreement. He wasn't convicted of a crime, but he was prohibited from making specific therapeutic claims. He was fine. But here's the thing. This is what it says here in my research as well, Dr. Fearless. This is where critics get the fraud label. It was a civil ruling against his marketing, not against what he was actually doing. So what he was presenting, the product, did what it would say it was going to do. That was in the criminal side. But as far as how he presented his facts, that's what he was. So he wasn't convicted of anything. It was a consent agreement. He basically said, all right, cool, here. I'll stop doing this. I'll stop doing that. But what I did works. And he has 77 pieces of evidence to prove it. Now I'm about to land this plane. Now, I want you to understand something. Fearless said a lot, but he never gave the details about what was said about that other aspect. And I know everybody in the chat and everyone knows this. There's criminal law, civil law, and the burden of proof in civil is a lot lower than it is in criminal. That's why he was found not guilty, because the burden of proof is much higher in criminal than it is in civil. So keep that in mind when you talked about Dr. Sebi. Remember, he was charged in criminal court for basically practicing medicine without a license. But he consented, basically yielded, said, hey, I'll start marketing what I do this way. But they never stopped him from practicing what he was doing. That's something Dr. Fearless never mentioned. So keep that in mind.
Damn, you see how respectful these men can be? If you say you want to be called Dr. Fearless, these men have demonstrated that they will call you Dr. Fearless. Yet and still, the prosecutor refuses to say that man's name even in his death. How disrespectful can that be?
Now it's my turn. To go back, what you keep saying is because he went to court, the court found that he cured AIDS. That is incorrect. The court never tried to find out if he cured AIDS. All the court said was, did you practice medicine without a license? That's it. That was what he was found guilty of. And what he said is, I wasn't practicing medicine. I was practicing to be a herbalist. That's why he was found not guilty.
And let's go to this. I was going to play this one last, but I'll go first. One, we're going to talk about personal testimony. Personal testimony means nothing. You know why it means nothing? Because someone can say, "Oh, I feel good." What's that mean? It means nothing. Also, at the time, and I'm going to show you this, at the time that Dr. Sebi said he was curing AIDS, most tests always presented a false positive. Even now, if you go in and say, I suffer from something, they give you two tests. They say the first test was, oh, let's just see what happened. Because there are a lot of antibodies in your system that would mimic the same test that they do. He said he cured. So the other gentleman here was saying, oh no, we talk different. No. If you say you cured something, you cured it, meaning you have it no more. That's not the same as remission. That's not the same as something saying late. And that's not the same as saying I feel better. You cured it, meaning you no longer have it. That's what Dr. Sebi says. So we're going to go with his AIDS claim. And the reason I'm showing you this is because something can always, I'll let this do it, then I'll come back to it. Oh, wait, you didn't share. No, I didn't share. I promise. My fault. And I want you to understand what no one is doing. As I said in the beginning, I'm going to bring the claim straight out of Dr. Sebi's mouth. And when I bring the claim straight out of Dr. Sebi's mouth, they'll talk around it. They'll say, oh, this diet may help this, or he didn't really say this. And when you find out exactly what, I'm not interpreting, this ain't like the Bible. This ain't like God wrote it and I said, well, God meant to say this. This is exactly what this man is saying. Exactly, out of his mouth. He cured AIDS. He cured sickle cell. He said that mucus causes the disease. I'm going to show you how this.
How do we cure AIDS? It's simple. We put the compounds together to address the mucous membrane, to cleanse the mucous membrane, to cleanse the bowels. Those are just volume. We use about.
I'm going to turn it up as I can.
It might be the video. He said, I cured AIDS and I did it with my compound and I got it from the mucous membrane.
It's simple. We put the compounds together to address the mucous membrane.
You put the compounds together to address the mucous membrane.
The bowels. Those are just few of the plants. We use about 40 some odd plants to cleanse the body, strengthen the immune system, and electrify the system, because you want to electrify the body. That's how simple we cure AIDS.
That's how simple I cured AIDS. Not my words, his words.
We cure AIDS.
Cured
we
AIDS.
Treat AIDS.
Come on now.
This thing.
Up on Dr. Sebi's all-alkaline diet for HIV treatment. I actually did the all-alkaline diet towards the beginning of the pandemic back in 2020.
And I bring this up because as many people as you can say cured, I can bring out as many people that said nothing happened.
Reason being is that I had cannabinoid hypermesis syndrome. I'm just gonna put it up. But basically I was experiencing like mad nausea, vomiting, and like I guess I was extremely dehydrated, and this was caused by long-term like weed use. I had been smoking at that point for like over 15 years. So I went to a holistic doctor up in Harlem, child. I did the entire alkaline diet and took some of the herbal supplements that she also recommended. I thought that I had like really bad heartburn and it wasn't that. Like I was just addicted to weed. It still didn't cure me. I had to stop smoking altogether in order to stop the pain. But the reason that I bring this up is because I still had HIV.
Wait, she still got HIV? No, she did the Dr. Sebi. You don't, lady, you don't have no HIV. Oh, HIV ain't even a disease. See, that y'all don't address what he says. Y'all still talked around it. Y'all still haven't said disease, bacteria. No, I'm still sharing. I'm not finished sharing yet. Do I got to stop and bring it back? Let's go.
Even though I did the entire alkaline diet, it did not cure me. It did not heal me.
For 3 months, Esther Makazi has been on.
I can bring you, if you see in the beginning, Dr. Sebi had a test that said, I brought this guy in and he tested positive. And then he tested negative. Really? I mean, that's impossible. How can you test positive and then test negative?
Antiretroviral therapy to contain the ravages of what healthcare officers had told her was HIV. That test result has since been proved to be negative, and the couple at the center of the testing storm are now seeking legal redress. But as they prepare to sue the Kwale Health facility that gave them the devastating diagnosis, HIV specialists say the case of tests returning a false positive are not strange. Dr. Joseph Alwatch has the HIV Clinicians Society of Kenya, and he says the most commonly used test kits, the rapid diagnostic tests, are prone to returning false positives.
See, the test that they give you in the beginning usually gives a false positive. Why? Because it only looks for certain antigens. And so it gives those false positives. So this woman, if she just said Dr. Sebi, you guys would say she was cured of AIDS. But that's not the case. This happens. Let him tell you.
Even as much as 4 out of 10 tests,
4 out of 10,
you can easily find a false positive. If you had to go with the first test alone, you probably get 4 people, treat them as positive without good reason.
In Kenya, the RDTs are the most affordable and accessible testing kits, even in the most remote healthcare centers. However, according to Dr. Alwatch, this needs to be used carefully, and in some cases, confirmation tests using more sophisticated machines are needed.
So we don't know what type of test was used. We don't know what happened. It happens all the time. No one looked at this gentleman and said, hey, what kind of test was that? Was the test here? Was it there? No. Y'all just went with it and said, he said he cured it. The same man that said there's no such thing as AIDS, the same thing this person that said there's no virus, no germ, no bacteria. There is no one that studied and said, what did this man have a full-blown AIDS? What was his second test? And let's go here. There is no peer reviews. If you guys have peer reviews on what he showed, it means nothing. You keep saying testimony evidence means something. I seen Bigfoot. Rona seen UFOs. I seen a ghost. Prove me wrong. You can't prove me wrong. I can say that all day. You can say that your dead mama came back and was in the living room. If I say prove it to me, you're gonna say that I
To be fair, as the moderator, I have to ask you, the evidence that you presented today in that respect, was that guy claiming he was treated by Dr. Sebi himself or some other person mimicking the Dr. Sebi treatment?
No. The doctor on there is just a physician that takes the blood test.
I just want to be clear. We want to make sure that
that doctor is saying, this is what that doctor is saying. They are trying to sue the physician or the hospital. And the doctor is saying, look, with the rapid test or with tests, even back in the night, because the rapid tests were back in the 80s, way before they did the secondary test. He said, look, most of those tests, 4 out of every 10 had a false positive. And so usually what happens is when you get a false positive, just like when you go to the doctor, they say, hey, this test came back. We're going to have to get some more tests.
I just wanted to make sure.
No, that gentleman didn't say he cured anything.
Specifically by Dr. Sebi.
He didn't say he cured anything. I'm just letting you know that somebody telling you a test is positive and I have AIDS, then a test is negative and I don't, has nothing to do with some Dr. Sebi medicine. This happens all the time.
He wasn't one of the 77 is all I'm saying.
Right.
That's
what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stop your flow. Go ahead and finish up, and then I'll let them come up and rebut or show.
And I'll
whatever.
keep saying this. They rebut on nothing I said. I'm only bringing up Dr. Sebi's words. And every time they keep saying, well, that could have been, this could have been, that could.
Never anything that he says. I'm not making this up. I'm not making the claim. Dr. Sebi is making the claim. And when I ask you guys about the claim, you hem haul, talk around it, say it's this, talk down. Black people don't understand, but y'all never address the claim. And I digress.
All right. Who's the first up the bat?
You want to go Black?
LJ or Black
I'll go.
Cleaner? All right, LJ, you said you needed me to share something. Go ahead and share that.
Go ahead. Yeah, because I want to share a physician that talks about the another he shared Dr. Bobby Price.
Meat and dairy cause cancer. That one?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay, I'm gonna pull that up real quick, and then I'll have it ready to go in a second.
And as you bring it up, should be time. It should be time stamped.
6 minutes.
Yeah, the 6:48 mark should be that chapter should be labeled plant foods, and then it should end with the chapter entitled fiber.
Okay, queuing it up right now.
And just to preface it, as you bring it up, Roland, this is the doctor that wrote the book. Another book that influenced me was a China study. Anybody in the chatter who watches this in replay, look up China study, get the book. In documentaries you can find on it is really powerful and really insightful about the benefits of a plant-based diet, especially centered around the alkaline component.
I'm ready. It's queued up, and I can go ahead and play it now for you. I'm gonna blow it up to full screen before I push play.
That is often assumed to be lower in high-fiber diets was almost doubled in Chinese populations eating a plant-based diet. They consumed 34 milligrams of iron per day from plant-based foods, whereas American intake was 18 milligrams per day on an animal-based diet.
Now we have information that is really fantastic for the public to know, and they're not really getting a good opportunity to know that. And I'm talking about the whole food plant-based diet.
What can the China study teach us? Western cultures may have advanced medicine, but we have extremely high rates of disease too. The China study reveals lower cases of disease when following a plant-based diet, and that proper nutrition, not genetics, is the foundation to good health. Plants have a dense nutrient profile, and as Dr. Campbell puts it, there are virtually no nutrients in animal-based foods that are not better provided by plants. Dr. Campbell continues to share evidence-based information on plant-based nutrition with millions around the world. That's it for today.
That's it. So just as a point to that, and I believe Dr. Phillips will agree with me on this. Eating nutritiously dense foods is one of the ways to maintain optimal health. When you're dealing with a body that's toxic and inflamed, and dealing with excessive mucus, you have to do things that are that supplement what the body's lacking, on top of increasing the amount of good nutrition food wise that you're eating. So going to one last point, I'm going to divert a little bit here, Ronan, so indulge me. I'm going to take about 10 seconds. With the court case, one thing that Dr. Fearless didn't mention was the fact that he wasn't found guilty. He wasn't criminally charged. He was criminally charged, found not guilty. He stopped advertising things as cures, but he never conceded or said anything what he did didn't work. So I just want to make sure it's clear. He was never convicted of fraud. What his problem was that he was actually, the way he advertised what he was doing was the problem, not what he was doing. His methodology worked for 77 individuals. That was not the problem. It's the fact that way he was presenting it was the problem.
All right, Black Cleaner is next.
I'm just going to be brief. The reason I don't refute the claims that Dr. Fearless is putting up there is because there are lectures where Dr. Sebi does talk about when he does have a patient. The first thing that he does when he has a patient that has an ailment, he tells the patient to go to a doctor and then get his diagnosis. Okay. He comes back, gives them the diagnosis. He puts them on the treatment, fasting, a plant mineral balance diet. And then he tells them go back to the doctor to get tested again. So Dr. Sebi himself is not testing these patients. The patients are being tested by their own doctors. And then he just takes the information based on what their doctors are saying. That's number one. Okay. And I don't have those documents to be able to show you, but if you watch any of the lectures that Dr. Sebi has, that's one of the main things that he says in the lectures. Number two, okay, Dr. Fearless was talking about who brought up the examples of the testimonies. The lady said she had HIV. Dr. Sebi never said that he cured HIV. Okay, HIV is the virus that causes AIDS. Okay, so once again, we're going back to what I said in the beginning. We're talking about eradication of the pathogen and symptom remission. His whole focus is on nutrition, which is host optimization, which is the result is symptom remission. And I'm gonna land there.
All right, LD, did you have any other points real quick before I brought up the prosecutor again?
I guess I do want to touch on something that Black Cleaner just mentioned. On the nutrition side and the food side, I know I had mentioned at the very beginning, I did want to touch on the food side. I just put in the private chat about pulling up video number 3. A lot of times people think that plant-based whole foods aren't good, don't taste good, aren't nutritious. They are. And the cool thing about plant-based, and I'll let you show because the video, I think the video clip is like the one I pulled up. I don't know if you see it, Ronan.
Yeah,
I think it's like maybe 25 seconds.
Now. Yeah, it's a short.
Yeah, protein, fiber, good fats. You get everything in one meal, and it's not coming from any animal-based product. But I'll let you go ahead and show that particular one.
Okay, hold on one second, and I'll play it next.
Just to give people an example of what you can eat.
To make a meal using ingredients only from this list, and this was the result. I challenged myself to make a meal using ingredients only from this list,
real short,
and this was the result.
Looks good.
Well, I can't see the list, but is broccoli on the list and is kale on the list?
Hold on. Let me back it up. I can freeze frame it. There's your list.
Blow it up. I don't think kale is on the alkaline. I'm not sure about broccoli. I haven't looked at my list lately.
I do see kale right here.
Okay.
Kale's on the list. Okay.
I do not see broccoli.
All right. And we're going to talk about why.
Okay. But that's on the list. So we just saw that plainly on that list.
There you go.
And,
all right. So that's
go
great.
Ahead, wait. Are you done?
Done.
For Dr. Fearless, the prosecutor, to go for his next point. All right. Fearless, you have the floor.
All right. So this will just be, I have a rebuttal and then I have my thing to play.
Okay.
The first thing is, I am not calling Dr. Sebi a fraud because he says eat plants, eat this type of food, drink more water. That's not why. Most of the time, a fraud or a scammer tells you just enough that's believable. And it's that other part that's not the truth that hooks you in. So for him to say, eat plants, eat this, eat that, that's fantastic. But when he says it cures, and here's, I want to play this. This is the first part, because this is just to rebut what my friend said. He talked about AIDS and HIV, and he used those words. See how he tried to trick me? He said that he didn't cure AIDS, but right here it says Dr. Sebi speaks on how he cured what? HIV. And here we go.
How long ago did you cure the first?
1984.
Okay.
1984. These documents, what they show is that we...
And I'm pausing this because if you remember 1984, I'm just telling you, the tests were corrupt. But here we go.
Cure AIDS from a positive to a negative HIV level.
HIV.
Here is one. This is from the Italian hospital. HIV positive, Hospital Vicente de Antoni. He is positive. In the next page, from the same hospital, the same young man, Oswald Zavala, he is negative.
So he was saying here that he cured HIV. AIDS is when it's full blown. So now, I just debunked that. Now we're going to go forward where
Sickle cell is the deprivation of.
we talk about sickle cell. He does not say, I'm treating you, I'm doing something like that. He says, I am curing you. Curing is not remission. Curing is something else. Curing is curing. So let's hear what he says about curing this. And I'm going to tear this one up because the things he says in here doesn't even make sense. But let's go. I'll break it down.
Sickle cell is the deprivation of iron fluorine because I cure sickle cell.
Now, about sickle cell, every black man and woman in or out of Africa suffer with some traits of sickle cell anemia. Now, why is that? Well, after all, we are the one with this concentration of carbon. It requires more iron for us to maintain health.
Here we go.
And since we were removed from the jungles of Africa, everything we ate undermined the iron in our body. It robbed us of iron. In fact, when you eat starch, when you consume starch, starch scientifically is known as carbonic acid. Carbonic acid robs you of your iron cells and minerals. This is why many people are anemic and they take cold when the temperature is warm. Okay, all we need to do is to go back to this woman that was without no clothes in the forest.
Right.
And she didn't have anemia.
Right.
I mean, just 500 years ago when they brought them to America, they looked like trees. They were so erect, right, straight. Nobody had bellies on them.
Right.
Now look what we're looking at. Look at what we're looking at.
Look at those bellies, Doc.
Not only that.
So first of all, don't take me off because I'm going to keep playing. This is why what he says makes no sense. He's saying that when they took you from Africa, they didn't feed you the things that gave you iron. And because you didn't have iron, that is why you got sickle cell. That's what he's saying. Do you know where the world's, and I'll let this go. Do you know who has the world's most sickle cell cases? If that was the case, that means the African American would have the most sickle cell cases. Because he's saying while you was in Africa, you was eating right. You was eating things in the jungle. You was eating your alkaline diet. So you wouldn't have sickle cell. That's false. Because the most sickle cell cases are in Africa. The people who stayed. So we're going to talk about, see, this is when you keep talking about iron and this, that has nothing to do with sickle cell. If that was the case, why would a baby be born with sickle cell? It wouldn't. It's genetic. And the reason, and I'm going to explain the reason why people have sickle cell. It's a mutation. What is popular when there was slavery, people think that the white man went into the jungle to pull out slaves. No, he waited on the shoreline. And that's why if somebody can help me out with the country, was it Ghana or what is it? They had the slave thing right there on the coast where they seen the sea. Ghana. That's where the slaves were brought to. Do you know why? It was disease, malaria. The white man didn't go into the jungle to get the slaves. The slaves were brought to him because when he went into the jungle, he could contract malaria. Do you know who doesn't contract malaria? People with sickle cell.
So it was a mutation that when you would get malaria, you would die. So as we say, the strongest survive. So when you had something that mutated, those people didn't die. They lived on. So they passed their gene on and on. He doesn't understand that. He thinks sickle cell can be cured when it's a genetic disease. That's like saying I can cure you from Down syndrome by eating right. Now you tell me some kid who got Down syndrome, they're going to eat right. But let's play.
They're looking like this. You can see over there, they're like sickles.
Ah, man, is it low again?
Sickle cell disease. The thing is, sickle cell disease is genetic, and the highest propensity of it actually happens in African nations. And in Africa, there's a disease. You may have also heard of this one. It's called malaria. If you didn't know before, the parasite that causes malaria needs red blood cells to survive. So what happens if your red blood cells kind of suck? Well, malaria can't survive as well. So the thing is, it's...
What he's saying is the mosquitoes like the red blood cells, but they can't suck the sickle cell. So because they can't suck the sickle cell, they don't get malaria.
A mutation that occurred that gave someone resistance to malaria. So if you have one trait, you just have sickle cell trait, and if you have two traits, you have sickle cell disease.
Evolution has actually propagated the presence of the sickle cell mutation within the human population. These people who have one sickle cell gene actually do fine. They don't have sickle cell disease symptoms, and they're protected from malaria by and large. When they have kids with other people that have the similar mutation, their children might end up with sickle cell disease.
Now I have this. If you was taken out of Africa and you didn't eat the iron that he's telling you, that was causing your sickle cell. That seems crazy because Sub-Saharan Africa has the highest concentration of sickle cell anemia. That means the people who stayed in Africa had sickle cell, not the slaves that was taken out 500 years ago. When you break it down, you understand he doesn't understand science. He's just talking. And then he says you can cure a genetic disease. There's only two ways that you can cure sickle cell. Bone marrow transplant, because you're taking everything out, and then a blood transfusion, of which they take everything out, they destroy the sickle cell and put it back in you. It's not from anything you eaten. This is, so when you keep saying he's not a fraud, I can say everything he said, eat, go ahead and eat. Go ahead and do it. But when he says I cured AIDS, sickle cell, gonorrhea, everything else, and mucous membrane, that makes you a fraud because now you're selling something to people that isn't true. Now, sickle cell, and I think the woman from TLC, T-Boz, had it. She has sickle cell anemia. And she says sometimes when her stress is up, that's when it comes out. So if I give you something to keep your stress down, you calm, you're not doing anything rational, the symptoms don't come out. The gentleman keeps saying he didn't say he cured. I just showed you when he said he cured. Cured and not having symptoms are not the same thing. I tell you what, if y'all have a girlfriend, why don't y'all, since symptoms don't mean anything, let them have sex with a Magic Johnson, unprotected. I mean, he ain't got no symptoms. He cured. Would you do that? Would you go behind a chick that he has sex with unprotected? Because he's cured. He doesn't show anything. Just because he doesn't show symptoms of the virus does not mean he doesn't have the virus. Just because somebody doesn't show symptoms of herpes doesn't mean they don't have herpes. You haven't cured it. It just lays latent. So when you keep saying this gentleman didn't say this and didn't say that, I keep showing and I keep going back to his words, not my words, that he cured it. And the reason he said he cured it is because of iron fluoride. Why do babies have it? Why do people carry the trait? You don't cure it, man. That's why he's a fraud. And I digress on that one.
All right, gentlemen, I think he rested his point. Anybody want to jump in on that one? LJ, Black Cleaner?
You want to go ahead, brother?
Okay, first off, the first case of sickle cell that was documented was a man by the name of Walter Noer. He was 20 years old. okay, from Grenada, and he came to the doctor and he had severe anemia, shortness of breath, pain episodes, and fatigue. These are the symptoms that he had. And then once the doctor put it under a microscope, he saw that the blood cells were shaped as a sickle. Okay. Now, once again, we keep on talking about two different schools of thought. Okay. The reason this man showed up was because of the symptoms that he had. Okay. And that's what I keep on saying about what Dr. Sebi's treatment was providing. He was providing a solution for the symptoms, to put the symptoms in remission. Okay. The fasting, the plant mineral balance diet will reduce the symptoms because it's changing the environment. Okay. As I said, I'm not a doctor. I'm in pest control. I'm in cleaning and restoration. Okay. So I can only talk these things. And he keeps on saying, well, if the pathogen isn't eradicated, are you cured? Okay. Well, and then he brought up some examples. Would you have sex with Magic Johnson? Okay. Me being a pest control person, let me give you this example. All right. You got a mouse in your house. Okay. Now, me being a pest control person, the number one thing that they're going to tell us to do is put some poisons and some baits in the house. Okay. When you put the poisons in the baits, the mouse is going to eat the poison or get on the trap. Take the baits or the poisons or get on the trap. Boom. The mouse is gone. You just eradicated the problem. Okay. But then you have one person who's going to come up in there. He's going to see the places where the mouse is living and hiding. Like there's a hole in the wall. All right. And he's going to put a baseboard over the hole in the wall. Now, all of a sudden, the mouse isn't there anymore. Okay. Over time, you don't see the mouse there appearing anymore. He doesn't come out anyplace else. Is the house cured of mice problems? We don't know. But based on the symptoms of where you were seeing rodent droppings and you were seeing all of these evidence in actual live mouse activity, the symptoms, they're not there no more. You yourself would consider yourself to be cured. And also sometimes over time, okay, when you do these changes in environment, as I said earlier, it will cause the disease, the pathogen, to actually eradicate itself. There was one movie that I always liked, or not one movie. There was an episode on a Twilight Zone where the guy was an alcoholic and he couldn't stop drinking alcohol. And then this guy told him to take a pill. And the pill was actually a parasite that loved alcohol. And he was saying the only way you're going to be able to kill this parasite that you have in your stomach is to stop drinking. And the dude had to pour out all of the alcohol, stop drinking, and it was a painful ordeal that he had to go through. But eventually, the parasite went into remission because he deprived the parasite of what it fed on, which was the alcohol. That's the same thing that Dr. Sebi was providing to the people. If you don't want the white man's diseases, stop eating the white man's food. Okay? As he said, if God didn't make it, don't take it. Okay? Go back to what we was eating before. He keeps on saying this over and over and over again. Just like my man Omar Johnson saying it 3 times. Okay? He kept on saying it over and over and over again. The gorilla does not share the same diet as the polar bear. You need to get back to your own diet. When you get back to your own diet, a lot of these symptoms that we will have will go into remission and you'll be healthy again. And we're seeing this time and time again that what he is talking about, even after his death, is coming to fruition. He died in 2016, and we're still, discovering that a lot of the stuff that he was talking about even came out of Dr. Fearless's mouth is true, that he can't refute. He keeps on saying we can't refute a lot of things that he's saying. Okay, well, he can't refute the main thing that we're saying. And this is the information that Dr. Sebi communicated to us. Okay. As I said, there were other people out here, other doctors who communicated to their people. Alfredo Cortez, the person that he got the information, was communicating to his Mexican people. Dr. Lorraine Day, John Harvey Kellogg, Shelton Slam, they were communicating them to their people. There wasn't that many health healers out here who was communicating proper diet to us. Dr. Sebi was one of the mainstays in our community that started communicating healthy living, healthy eating to us. And that's why he is not a fraud. Okay. And I'll land there.
Can I just ask a question? What your question?
No,
just
no. You
Why
got
can
to
I
let
ask a question?
rebut.
It's not a rebut. It's a question.
It's taking on an additional act to what you brought up first. If you
Thank you,
add to
moderator.
it,
He's not
more.
doing that. They go off and then they bring something else
But
into it.
you can't interject. Nobody interjected while you talk. You gotta let them talk. So go ahead, LJ. What you want me to bring up?
Real quick, and I'll definitely agree with Black Clear. There's none of us in here are biochemists or licensed nutritionists or anything. One thing we know for sure is that regardless of who those 77 individuals were that received the treatment that they got from Dr. Sebi and the results they got, we can't refute the results. And I think that's something that we may have all missed in the midst of this. 77 people went through Dr. Sebi's protocol and got results from his protocol. And I think that's something that we tend to overlook as we go through and look through certain things that he said. And I hear everything Dr. Fearless is saying. I got that. I'm not going to refute anything as far as that's concerned. One thing, Fearless, I think Dr. Fearless will agree on, is that having an optimal body gives you the defense you need against certain elements, whether it's inflammation, excess mucus, or if you are inclined to talk about germs, diseases, and harmful bacteria. Dr. Sebi was always about creating an environment within the body that could help you resist and not develop certain elements. And I think that's something that we need to stress more often, not just here in this conversation, but beyond this conversation. We need to really start talking about how to optimize the body's internal workings, especially the gut biome, where I think a lot of disease, and this is my uneducated opinion, where a lot of it begins, to make sure our overall health is maintained. Plain landed.
All right. At this point, we're going to stay in a round robin discussion based on.
I still got something to show, but I just want to ask a question before I show my next question. So I have a few questions, then I'll show. Do you guys believe in germs, viruses, and bacteria?
Let me go ahead and answer that.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's a 4-panel, so you can just go ahead and answer at will.
Based on what I understand, there is such thing as germs and viruses and bacteria.
All right. The gentleman who said he is a exterminator. If I don't see roaches, does that mean I don't have roaches?
As I just said, that's what we were just talking about.
All right.
You might not have any roaches but they're in the wall, they're hiding. But if they're not there and you're not seeing them for a long period of time, what do you assume? That they have either died out, or they're just sitting there.
If I see the droppings of a rat,
it's really relative.
If I see the droppings of a rat,
environment.
If I see the droppings of a rat, but I don't see the rat, do I have a rat?
See, and there goes where my example it works, because that's what I was just telling you. If I seal up all of the holes in the wall when you had a rat, and there were evidence of rats, but now you done took away the conducive conditions of the rat, now you're not seeing the droppings. Now you're not seeing the activity. Now you're not seeing the holes. So therefore, what are you going to assume? Either one, the rat is stuck in the wall and it can't get out, or two, the rat done found another way into somebody else's habitat.
No, what I assume is I could still have it, but I just don't see it. Number 3 with you.
That's what he just said.
But what you got, but you guys keep saying he cured something. So do you think he cured AIDS, cured sickle cell? What else did he say he cured? Let's just go with those.
Yeah. 77 people said he did.
Only thing you can do as the moderator, the only thing you can do is pull up the court records from the hearing in New York and review the 77 witnesses that actually gave their testimony. Other than that, nobody can answer that question beside the 77 people that testified in their own personal view.
I do know this about exterminations. The reason they have to change the formula is because the insects become immune to it. That's why it's so difficult to kill cockroaches, because they multiply so much that their body creates a resistance to it. So that's what happens with viruses. The reason you can never cure the common cold is because it multiplies so much that it simply just changes a little bit and changes. My next question would be, what is a scammer? To me, and maybe you don't, is a scammer someone who promises you something that some of it is true and not all of it is true? Or what is your definition of a scammer?
Scammer is someone who doesn't give me what I want. He makes a promise to me of what I'm looking for. Okay, I pay the person, and then in the end, I don't get what I want. I don't get the results that I'm looking for. Okay, and is that all you wanted to know?
So if someone paid Dr. Sebi, and he didn't cure their AIDS, their herpes, their sickle cell, with what he did, would he be considered a scammer?
We still round robin, right?
Yeah, go ahead. We still got round robin.
That's no different than a doctor who has a patient that has prostate cancer and is supposed to help him cure it and doesn't do it. That doesn't make that doctor a scammer either.
No, because the doctor doesn't promise that he can scan, that he can.
But he does say he's going to give him treatment to help him get over that, and that doesn't happen.
No,
the results still the same.
The doctor is kind of specific, man. They say, I'm going to give you treatment. This is not a cure. It may help and it may not help. And what they say
but the results still the same.
But here's the thing, and let me be very clear as a moderator. I get his point, and that's why there are disclaimers on a lot of different things in advertisement. That's why even with the supplement industry now, they have to specify that nothing is 100% accurate as far as what they cure, because they're not a pharmaceutical. They haven't gone through FDA background checks and all these other things. That's why they listed themselves as a supplement and not a medication. And this is what Dr. Sebi got his hand slapped for, is basically promising cures from supplementation through herbs that he was going to heal them. Doctors don't do that based on the disclaimer that they don't want to be sued later from a promise and lose their license by guaranteeing whatever treatment they're going to give is going to heal somebody. And that's me coming from the medical industry and dealing in the insurance business. So there is no doctor that will ever promise you they're going to heal you. They will take you through the process. It's up to your body, your strength of your body, and the things you do in recovery and remission, whether you actually fully recover or you go in remission from that illness, but they will never claim that they will cure you from something. And I'll go ahead and let you guys go back to talk.
I got another question because people, 1 second.
3 questions.
That means
then I'm gonna go to my other one. You said that 77 people went into court and said they were cured.
Well, 77 people gave testimony on their experiences. That's what I said.
Do you know how many people said they seen a UFO?
Oh,
lots,
hundreds, thousands. Yeah.
Where's the aliens at?
Area 51.
So now, so do you understand what I'm saying? Where's Bigfoot at? Where's the Loch Ness monster?
Down the street.
Anybody can say anything. I can't refute that. I cannot refute someone saying they've seen a UFO. But one thing I will say is, I know everybody got one of these. You can take a picture of a traffic thing and somebody but you can't take a picture of the alien who just picked you up. You can't take a picture of Bigfoot. You can't take a picture of the Loch Ness Monster. So to me, when you say somebody said something, it don't really mean nothing. Because anybody can say anything. I can say I cured you of a broken heart. Can I refute it if you say I didn't? See, the testimony that the people give, you can't refute it because it's just testimony. And the worst testimony you can ever have is eyewitness testimony. That's why if me and you watch the same crime at the same time and we describe what happened and who the person was, our stories would be different.
Most of them.
That's why you can't.
I will say this. My bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Pierce. My bad, bro. But look, on the 77, they just didn't come in and give testimony. They had to bring medical evidence as well. Remember, that was on a criminal trial. So the burden of proof was higher on the prosecution.
Right. And that's why I said I wish somebody could look up the legal results and the actual minutes.
They sealed it.
Yeah, the actual brief.
And yes, and that's funny that you would say that, Fearless, that they've sealed the official court records from that case, because there were probably things discussed that the doctors or the government did not want to come out.
It has to do with the on his side, because sometimes they have information or things that they need to protect the client with privacy information. Like he could have gave an address, he could have gave something like that. And so if they seal it thereafter.
But they could have redacted those things as well in the official court records. There's ways to get around that. There's a deeper reason. That's something that in the testimony and the evidence that those 77
big pharma, the government, somebody did not want that to come out. Whatever it was discussed on the treatment. My question would be this. Here's the thing. Hold on, let me finish this. Dr. Sebi has never been so secretive as to how he treats people. So that couldn't be the reason. Let's do the elimination process. Couldn't be that. The 77 people are testimonies based on the fact that Dr. Sebi healed him. They were willing to come to court. So that's not even a secret. They're not even trying to keep that a secret. It's got to be something other than, and then his location was in Honduras. Everybody knew he had a whole compound that you could go to seek treatment before he passed away. That wasn't a secret. So it ain't nothing on his end that's stopping that information from coming out before he passed away. It's got to be on the other side of why they did not want that information disclosed, because nothing about Dr. Sebi's life has ever been hidden.
Yes, it is. Because if you go into conspiracy theories, they'll say that the government killed him. When his family came out and said he died of pneumonia.
Okay, I just want to say this. If you're used to eating a certain diet, and this is even in keto, it's very true. You're used to eating in a certain diet. They have a system within 72 hours of you changing over from your normal diet to keto. You go through what they call a keto flu. Your body reacts to the lack of certain things. When you go into remission from drug addiction, your body goes into remission from not having that chemical or whatever you were taking on a regular basis. It goes into a change. So to say that, it's not true, because your body will adapt based on what it's lacking in or what it's used to. It's going to adapt and change.
But you just said adapt. You don't die. You adapt. Your body fights it. He died of pneumonia.
So if you're saying you're on a controlled diet, hold on. If you're on a controlled diet, and I'm going to tell you from a mean-spirited way, when we were in the Marine Corps and we captured all those prisoners off of Falaka Island, and we were steaming them to the prison they were going to go to in UAE until the war was over, guess what I did out of a mean spirit? I knew these guys were against eating anything pork because they're all Muslims. The only thing we served them the whole fucking time they were on the ship, fucking pork product. Do you think positively or adversely to eating something they're normally not used to eating?
Did they die?
They shit all over the place. It smelled like a fucking cattle farm down there.
Did they die?
But no, they didn't die. No, they didn't. But again, was he given proper treatment? Here's the thing: you don't read between the lines. Was he given proper treatment, and why would he die from pneumonia in Honduras prison instead of him dying from pneumonia in a hospital after getting it while he was in prison?
No. Do you know the case? They took him to the hospital. He just refused. He was refusing to eat. He refused to eat because he said they were trying to poison him. That's what he thought. So he just didn't eat. But
they weren't feeding him his regular foods.
But because he didn't eat, he died of pneumonia. That has nothing to do with it. That he should have. Hey, when he fasted, he was doing all right.
So when you fast, you're eating. Fasting means to go without certain things. It doesn't mean you're totally depleting your body.
He went on a water fast, man. He talks about it. But let me go to this next one because this is my last one, and this goes to show how much he contradicts himself. And the reason I was asking you about kale and about the other things is because broccoli. Because what he says is never. He says and I'll go back to it. If God didn't make it, don't take it. That's what he keeps saying, except on certain things, and except on other certain things, and except when God didn't make it. Oh, you got. I'm sharing, brother.
I'm waiting for. Oh, there it is. I see it. Hold on. All right.
And so to go back, y'all guys still never keeps disclaiming what he says. If the man says A, B, and C, and then we just proved that A, B, and C are not correct, and he's telling you I cured something, and we know that it didn't cure, you didn't cure sickle cell. We know that mucous membrane is not the cause of disease. We know that sickle cell is not caused by iron deficiency. And every time he says I cured it, y'all keep coming back with some other excuse. He didn't say cure. It was this. And if you eat right, at no time in this argument have I ever said, if you don't eat right and you don't drink water and you don't exercise, that's bad. I've never disagreed with that. I was just on the show last week saying fiber, exercise, sunshine, all of those things good, right? But I never said I can cure you of sickle cell, AIDS, this, and this. That's when the fraud comes in. See, what I played on here was when we talked about the grifters. The grifters always do something just enough to get you in. And like the gentleman said, man, I'm black. I want to believe this. But I'm a doctor and I know it's not true. But let's go to this hypocrisy.
He said I'm a doctor.
Now, what he's doing is he's talking about why you don't eat broccoli. And just to let you know, he did have 22 kids and smoked marijuana. I don't know, 22 kids. I guess he was.
I guess he fixed that.
Being that is hybrid, unnatural.
So if you can't hear him, he is saying broccoli is a hybrid. It is unnatural.
Complete molecular structure.
I don't know why it's so low.
It should not be consumed by humans because the molecular structure is incomplete. It's an acid-based vegetable.
Okay.
If
broccoli
was made by nature, I would be eating it.
He said broccoli is an acid-based vegetable. If it was made by nature, I would eat it.
Is broccoli a man-made food?
And this is what he said. It's a man-made food. I kind of disagree with this because it's the wording. Man-made to me means it was made in a laboratory. But that's not what Dr. Sebi is saying. He's saying if it didn't grow naturally, if God didn't make it, then you should not eat it. That's what Dr. Sebi says.
No, this is a myth. It is widely perpetuated around the internet. No, broccoli is not man-made.
It's when you say that's your definition.
No, that's Dr. Sebi's definition. No, my definition, when I want to clear up, when someone says man-made, a lot of people in their mind have something that's made in a laboratory.
But that's not what the Dr. Sebi is saying. He's saying it's a hybrid, means it doesn't naturally occur in nature, meaning men cultivated it. And what I'm saying is 99% of every food you eat, men cultivated it. He said, don't eat broccoli.
I'm gonna let you finish.
It is
I don't have a
naturally occurring
No problem.
plant, just like cauliflower and
So
cabbage.
this gentleman is saying,
I do recommend kale and also the other one, which is the mustard green. I recommend them because they are less acid than many of the other, like collard green, that will hurt your stomach. That's part of the digestive system.
So listen, here's what I want to tell you. This is why I'm telling you he doesn't understand science. He said, if it's a hybrid food, don't eat it. He said, do not eat broccoli because it's a hybrid food. He said, you can eat kale and mustard. This is going to explain to you that they are the same thing. They all are hybrids coming from the mustard plant. That's how it is made. So in one sense, he's saying you can't eat this because it's hybrid, but this other one is hybrid.
Plant turned into all of these. 2,000 years ago, humans found a leafy plant called mustard. And instead of eating it as is, they began to tweak it. Modify the flower, you get broccoli. Modify the buds, that's cabbage. Change the leaves, hello kale. Focus on the stems, cauliflower, kohlrabi, Brussels sprouts. And it doesn't stop there. Even mustard seeds became the sauce we all know today. All from one plant. That's not evolution. That's food engineering. So which version is your favorite? Broccoli, kale, mustard sauce? Tell us in the comments.
So he just said, if God didn't make it, don't take it. Don't eat a hybrid food. And then in the same sentence and somewhere else, he says, you can eat kale, you can eat mustard, but those are hybrid foods. If God didn't make it, don't take it.
Popular vegetables that people think is good for them, but isn't. Cauliflower, broccoli, that's the thing we're supposed to stay away. Never going to find broccoli in the jungle.
And he says you're never going to find broccoli in the jungle. Well, you never would find kale in the jungle, but you do because a long time ago, we cultivated foods. That's what we did. We said, this one made it more sweeter, so we're going to breed more of that. If you look at, and I'm going to show you on here what the original things look like compared to what we eat today.
Cauliflower either. Cauliflower is white because no carbon. It's a bunch of different things in the United States. Stay away from seedless watermelon.
He says, stay away from seedless. Well, you know, seedless grapes and watermelons and seedless items occurred naturally in nature and have the same nutrients that others do.
So you give seedless orange to somebody with diabetes, later you test the sugar level is going to be high. So you give it a sour orange, the sugar level is going to be normal because seedless fruit or GMO food is not can balance the sugar. It's high in sugar.
So the grocery stores have literally like 90% GMO, fruits, vegetables, everything.
Yeah, a lot of restaurants too because GMO food lasts longer. So America is more about economics. You open one restaurant, people not enter to your restaurant for 3 days. You're supposed to throw that food away because organic food only lasts 3 days or 4 days. GMO foods last like 2 weeks.
So you wouldn't eat fast food.
I want you to hear what he says. I won't eat fast food, but I will eat this.
Ever.
The best fast food is mango.
What else are some popular vegetables?
He said the best fast food is a mango. Do you know how these mangoes came? They man-made. They cultivated. They wanted mangoes for certain places, for certain sweets, for certain this. If God didn't make it, don't take it. Huh? That was Dr. Sebi's son. We cultivate this. We've done it since the beginning, since we started learning how to grow food. Let it keep going. These are fruit. I took the sound off. These are fruits and vegetables, how they actually looked around the 10th century. That's a carrot. We cultivated into that. That's an eggplant. We changed it into this. This is corn. This is what corn looked like. You don't eat corn like that because if God didn't make it, you don't take it. Yeah, right. We cultivated everything. 99% of things you ate, we cultivated. That's a watermelon. That's a banana.
Since the beginning of time, we have done this. And see, what I told you before, and we talked on the phone, was this. Stop being like the Bible, man. And this is why I hate religion. Because people will look at the Bible and then they pick this part and this part and this part and this part. And when you say, well, now it says this part in it, well, God said, and then the New Testament came and Jesus died. Come on, man. That's why people don't believe in religion. And that's why I can respect the Muslims, because the Muslims at least say it's in there and that's what we believe. Christians, you pick and choose. And that's what's happening on this chat. You're picking and choosing what works and what doesn't work. When I say he says no germs, you say, well, I don't know, believe that. And germs, I cured this. Well, cure ain't really cure and cure. Come on, man. You can't pick and choose and do it and say he's not a fraud. If you want to say, look, this diet worked for me and I'm eating this, that's no problem. I have no issue with that. But if you say, he said, and I live by the Bible and him, then you got to take all of it. It's just like the Bible. You can't pick and choose. You have to take it all. If you're going to say, if it comes out of his mouth who says, I don't eat hybrid. And then I say, well, Mr. Sebi, kale is hybrid. Oh, well, see how it changes? And that's what I don't even like when people talk about the Bible, because you just changed it for your benefit. And then you change it when it doesn't. And that's what, when somebody talked about the man and they talked about the Django, that's what white people did to black people. They said, well, slavery's in the Bible. Nope. They changed it for him. Y'all, this whole show have made excuses. Y'all made changes. Y'all said this wasn't right for everything this man said. Every example I gave you, and I said, please refute this. And at no time, and I said in the beginning, y'all going to talk around it. You're going to say something else. You're going to say, this helped me, this helped. And at no time, every time I bring the exact example of what he said up, y'all change it. The gentleman below said, oh, he didn't say AIDS. He said HIV. Then I show HIV, then it's, something else. He says, no hybrid, don't eat broccoli because broccoli is hybrid. Well, kale comes from the same species and it's hybrid. So, and I got the other one that says, let's see, I'll talk about the seedless.
Grapes without seeds.
To talk about this. When you grow things and you from a farm and on a farm, you cultivate, you slice, you graft certain things, right. Or at the end, what my grandmother used to do was this. They would collect their seeds. So they would take the best seeds from what they had and they would store it. And that would be the seeds they would be growing for the next year. Man-made, because we find and cultivate. If that one came out sweeter, we grow the sweeter. Because what happens is, just like viruses, just like bacteria, just like all of that, it mutates. And what I mean by mutates is, if there was a drought, and your corn stayed alive, that's the corn you want, because it was able to handle the drought. If you ate something and it was sweet, you keep it because you want your next crops to be sweet. I went down to the cigar farm in DR and they said, oh, this brother know the strains of cigars. I'm getting off subject. Dr. Sebi said, don't eat, or all of them, don't eat anything that doesn't have seeds. Let's see how that came, because it's actually, the seeds are actually closer to God than his hybrids.
Seeds are grown from stems, not seeds. Farmers cut off a small piece of a grapevine, already making grapes without seeds.
A grape without seeds was already found in nature, and all they did was clone it, meaning they just kept growing that same one over and over.
Put this piece in the dirt. It grows roots that turn it into a new vine. The new plant is a perfect copy of the old vine and grows grapes without seeds. This process is called cloning. Farmers also mix different kinds of grapes to make new kinds that don't have seeds, so they won't have to use seeds to keep growing grapes without seeds. Grapes without seeds are grown from stems.
So when the gentleman says, Dr. Sebi, Alfredo, don't do this because they know nutrition, hogwash, man, does not exist.
because that's not how things happen. So either you can't have it both ways. You can't say no man-made and then you recommend man-made. You can't say that my food does everything, but you need
Wait, real quick as the moderator. That was your definition of man-made, and that's why I needed you to drop the screen so I can actually talk without echoing. My definition of man-made is actually in a lab. GMO means genetically modified. Monsanto is the hugest contributor. Let me finish my statement.
I didn't say man-made though. You putting words in my mouth, Ronan.
But what I'm saying is that was your definition. My definition.
No, I said that is
food.
a man-made, but I said Dr. Sebi said hybridized.
Okay, but let's get it out there.
The gentleman on the video said man-made.
Let me finish. Man-made is something that's made in a lab. Monsanto is the biggest contributor to man-made products, and actually had the laws changed that you could only use certain seeds when you plant because of the pesticides and the lack of the reaction to the plant itself. And that's where a lot of the chemical-based illnesses are coming from, is from these genetically modified foods based on the pesticide. And it's all owned and patented by the same company. So Monsanto is a big contributor to that. I don't know if there's some other ones. I just know the biggest one. Okay, so that's when I say that's man-made, that's genetically modified. You're in a lab developing a seed that does not react to the actual pesticide that's sprayed on it to prevent the bugs or whatever to eating it. That's man-made to me. Hybridized does not mean man-made. Hybridized is you're taking a natural order or something and helping it maybe flower into something else that's even better. That's not man-made.
Correct. And I'm in agreement with what you just said.
I agree
but
too.
What Dr. Sebi said is do not eat hybridized. And the reason you don't eat broccoli is because it's hybridized.
Okay. Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Does a person need to understand fully the mechanism for his method to be valid? You're talking about a man who was born in 1933. He goes to Mexico in 1964. His ailments disappear. And as he says, he didn't go to school. Okay. He joined the Merchant Marine. He's an engineer. All of a sudden he's sick and now he's well. And now he studies this mechanism or this method of treatment for 10 years to try to understand how he became healthy. There are plenty of people that didn't understand a method. I mean, there was, what's his name? James Lind, okay, for example. He was treating scurvy using citrus fruit, okay? All he knew is, hey, I give these people some orange juice, they ain't got no scurvy. He didn't understand the whole valid idea behind vitamin C. Then there's Ingras Semmelweis, you know, the guy who discovered that washing his hands reduces disease. Okay, I mean, reduces bacteria or sickness. Okay, he didn't understand anything about germ theory. See, you're coming to this debate, okay, with new information
But what you're saying is Dr.
Sebi's
Sebi said
information that he received in 1964. You're coming with, he died in 2016. Okay, and you're coming with.
Sir, it would be good if he said, I don't understand. If Dr. Sebi said, eat this, and I don't understand why it works, but I know that I ate it and I got healthy, that's different. He didn't do that. He said, the chemical, molecular, and the carbon and the alkaline, he went into scientific parts. The iron, the anemia, he went scientific. What you're saying is somebody said, look, I washed my hands and the germs didn't go. I don't know how that worked, but I know it worked. Nothing wrong with that. That's not Dr. Sebi. Dr. Sebi even called himself a doctor. And then he would say the alkaline, the carbon, the molecular, the iron, the mucus. Those are terms that doctors use.
That I used was fully. remember,
Put some
he
respect
studied
on that name.
pathology, he studied biochemistry, he studied these things. And I put up a what's it called? A video of Terrence Howard, and he was talking about physics, okay? And when he was by himself, you know, studying this thing, he was coming up with new ideas. But then when he got into the room full of other physicists, they were saying, "Hey, you sound intelligent, but it's
fit.
falling apart."
Yeah, it doesn't fit.
He's studying patterns and he's studying something, okay, and he's coming up with his own conclusions and he's communicating it out. This is what I discovered. This is what I found. Okay.
Black Neighbor,
Now,
do you
to the
play any of your
layman,
video links
it
that you
sounds
sent me?
intelligent. Huh?
But did we find out that
any
his
of your video
conclusion-
links that you want me to play or anything that you got here? You got a lot of links, bro.
And did we find out Terrence Howard's conclusions were incorrect? See, it's easy. It's
but that's the question that I was asking. Does not fully understanding a mechanism make it fraud? Make it
when you say
invalid?
you
He's over
cured
here, he's
something,
studying something.
yes. When you say you
Okay.
cured something, yes.
Why is it?
Okay.
Because
If
you're making
fraud
active
is
because
to
you are
deceive, is to knowingly deceive.
you are
somebody.
deceiving someone. You're saying if you take this diet and you take my supplements, this is going to cure you of your ailments.
Go ahead.
He says that
Did he actually
if you
say
take
that?
my
But go ahead.
supplement, because here's the thing, you have to either take his supplements or somebody else's supplements. Because if you just do the diet by itself, you will not have the minerals to go through. You will be deficient. You won't have B12. You won't have you won't have your iron. You won't have omega-3. Where are you getting your B12 from? Tell me what plant.
Let me do this real quick. I'm going to relate this to manufacturing period. Chinese are the greatest at remanufacturing and duplicating things from its original copy. But what do? They make it cheaply. They make it more, faster. But is it the same product? I understand what you brought up today. And a lot of the people that were giving testimony, a lot of people that were saying that they weren't being cured, weren't being treated specifically by Dr. Sebi.
Thank you.
Now, there's plenty of people that read and interpret his information, but necessarily don't know his processes, his workflow per se. And the types of herbs he has might be a little bit different than the herbs that the other person is trying to cut corners on and say it's Dr. Sebi and his name's treatment. I see you sending me something. But from what I heard, there's not one. See, that's why they don't hear something while I'm talking.
No. You can keep talking. I won't interrupt you.
No, I get an echo, and then you guys start complaining. But I just muted it. So the one thing that I did not see from either side were testimonies from people that were actually treated by Dr. Sebi. If we're going to bring up a person and discuss whether he was a fraud or not, don't you think the persons that are claiming to either be treated and successfully be healed, or the ones that have been treated and felt like they were wronged by Dr. Sebi should come up in the conversation?
Well, I had someone that followed his technique. And to go to what you were saying.
Again, that's not him. That's
I'll pull that up. I'll pull it up. To go to what you stated, I'm right here. Where B12 actually comes from. B12 is produced by bacteria, not by plant or animals. Animals get it because of what they eat. So B12 is then accumulated in the tissues of meat, fish, eggs, and dairy. Why plants don't provide it? Plants historically come from soil and background, or soil and manure and wash products. You don't get B12 from your plants. That's what it's saying.
But you're asking where can you get B12 from? I can tell you a source.
No, that's not what I said. I said if you followed his diet to the T, you would still need to buy the supplements. So that means his diet doesn't give you a complete meal, because you still need something else besides that. So you can't do that in nature. Before there was ever any supplement created, if I was back in 1900 and I said, I'm following Dr. Sebi, like he said, eat, what God gave me,
I would get the scabies. I would get what is it? Iron deficiencies. I would have less brain development.
But to your point, that's why a lot of people were dying back then. They weren't eating proper diets.
No. What we found is this: when we started cooking our food and we started eating the proteins and having that, that's when we switched. That look it up. That's when man became more intelligent.
Feels I'm not debating whether or not eating nutrition triggered brain development. What I'm saying is this: yes, you can get B12 from meat, but you can't get fiber from meat. I can get both from plants. I can get vitamins, minerals. What plant? Oh, you talking about a specific one, or you talking about holistically? You want to talk about specific?
Well, give me all of them.
Fish. You can get B12 from nutritional yeast.
Fish is a meat.
Fish. You can get. I'm not saying you can't get B12.
And I thought, hold up, does Dr. Sebi tell you?
I'm just saying I can get more. I can get multiple micronutrients and macronutrients from plants than I can from meat. How much fiber can you get from a 1 ounce steak?
But I wouldn't do that. I would eat a whole.
I'm asking the question.
Food. No, I wouldn't get any. It doesn't have fiber because
exactly.
My thing, I'm not saying. I don't tell people, when I tell people if they were ever to go on keto, you would have to supplement because you are not getting your fiber, or you would have to be eating lettuce and greens and a salad because you need the fiber.
Which is not against the rules.
No, yeah, it's not against the rules because it's not. But here's the thing: I'm not telling somebody only eat this and this will cure you, because you can't only eat what he tells you. Because
but 77 people said that he did. See, you keep missing that point.
1 million people said they seen him UFO.
And I do have to say this. You did say this because you said basically scientific theory is something that you can replicate.
Correct.
You're dispelling the fact that the 77 people were healed, however it was.
No. That was never replicated. That's just testimony.
I understand that. It's testimony of their personal experience. You're still ignoring it because it cannot be replicated on a repeatable basis by the thousands. And that's where the line gets crossed. That's where the line gets crossed, though. It's about repeatability, correct?
Correct. It's about repeatability.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. I just want to bring that point out. Go ahead.
I'm still asking.
Can I get my video played? Because that video's for Fearless, by the way.
I have that one loaded. That one's ready to go when you want it. I loaded that.
You didn't answer the question. Where are you getting B12 from?
He said yeast. He said yeast.
Yeah, nutritional yeast. I put it on everything, and I get three times, 4 times the amount of B12 I can get in one serving compared to what you would get in meat. On top of that, and I get 2 to 3 grams of protein as well in a serving as well. Not only that, I get a high amount of B12, I also get more than that sizable amount of meat in that one teaspoon serving. So what I tell people, there's always alternatives. Again, I'm not going to dispute anything you said as far as repeatability, testing.
So I'm gonna help you out with this.
What I am saying is that there's 77 people in a court testified and said that he was cured. See that right there?
I just looked up what you said.
That's
regular yeast, like baker's yeast.
I said nutritional. There's a difference.
Because now what you
not what I said. I can go get mine.
I know, because now what you had to do is you had to fortify something. And that means what? If God didn't make it, you can't take it. See, I keep going. No matter what, you just proved me right.
I didn't prove you right. All I proved is that I got it from a different source.
Dr. Sebi said, if God didn't make it, you can't take it. Now, did God make that yeast and fortify it?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, he did.
God made the yeast and fortified it?
What is it? All right, love. What is the difference between regular yeast and nutritional yeast? What is the compound or the difference?
Fortified it, just like when you get rice and they strip everything away from the rice and then they fortified it with the vitamins that don't normally have. That's what it is. That means it's not naturally there. When they say like cereal is fortified,
They are pumping that into it. That means it doesn't naturally occur. You're chemically putting that into the yeast. It's fortified with added B12 during manufacturing. The yeast itself didn't make the B12. It was added. I'm reading it right here. It was added by humans later.
And I'm looking at here on my actual nutrition, on my nutritional yeast bottle too.
So
I'm not disputing anything as far. And again, I'm not a chemist. I'm not going to dispute anything. All I'm going to say is this: you saying that he didn't cure anybody. 77 people said he did.
A million people said they seen a UFO. That's what I keep saying. You with those 77 people don't mean nothing. If you that's what they said. If you can't test them, if you can't tell me to test
medical evidence, Fearless. It was a criminal case. You just can't come in there and say
he did not bring in evidence to that because he was not charged with that.
He was charged. They testified.
He was charged with practicing without a license. He wasn't charged with whether he cured. He didn't have to show that. All he had to show that he did not practice medicine without a license.
But that's what. But they brought evidence that he
did. OJ kill Nicole?
Say it again.
Did OJ kill Nicole?
A jury of his peers say he didn't.
Do you think OJ killed Nicole?
Doesn't matter what I think. A jury of his peers in Los Angeles said that he was not guilty.
I'll ask another question. Did the white guys who killed Emmett Till, did they kill him or not?
Well, there was a jury that said he didn't, and
so
then they also came back and found out he did.
So they didn't kill him, right? So they didn't kill him.
I'm not saying
I want you to think about this. The white guys.
But hold on.
Because you conflating things. But go ahead. I'll let you cook.
The white people that came to retrieve Emmett Till from the house. Okay, that's the situation. They went there. They retrieved him from the house. 24 hours later, however many hours later, he was found dead. Okay, so they was last seen with him. Whether they killed him or not, they came there, he was sound asleep in his bed, and they retrieved him, and then he was dead. He was found dead. Yeah, maybe they didn't kill him, but he was killed on their watch. So there's a big difference than that. And then to the OJ situation, once again, as our man said, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Okay, and he was acquitted. Now, you ask me, now there's been new evidence that showed that there was the same situations that happened with OJ happened at a restaurant. That there's evidence to believe that it was a mob hit because the people that was in the house were drug addicts and they owed a whole bunch of money to the drug dealers.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
And the drug dealers.
Now do you see what just happened?
Say it again.
Now do y'all just see what just happened? This is why I can't believe it.
You asked the question, I'm answering the question.
No, what just happened is a lot of us know that OJ did it, but we say he's found guilty. We know the people who killed Emmett Till, but we say it did. So you saying you went to court and 77 people said that really doesn't mean anything because all that can go either way. I know people that serve life for rape, and then it comes out that they didn't do it.
Forgetting the fact that the people had documentation. That's not the same.
Where does it say that the people showed their documentation? Show me that. Y'all conflating
because it's sealed.
I'm not conflating. The doctors
Ronan just told us it was sealed.
The cure is gone.
Then that means y'all don't know.
Trying to refute that's a.
But we know they testified.
Oh, but you don't know what
they had to bring evidence.
Hold on. You don't. What did they testify to? You don't know.
Their doctor's notes saying that they were cured.
You don't know. We just said we don't know. See, now what y'all doing is y'all adding stuff to the story. Just like we talked about the Bible. When people say this isn't in the Bible or this is in the Bible, if it's sealed, that means you don't know and I don't know. That's just like JFK. Y'all going through something that's y'all making up your own stories. And you're saying it's impossible and it's a hypothetical. And we know hold up. We also know Dr. Sebi said he cured AIDS, he cured herpes, he cured sickle cell. There's no such thing as germs. There's no such thing as germs, bacteria, or viruses. So do you want me to believe what he said?
I believe 77 people. They said.
I believe Left Eye.
Left eye did what?
She was she came on video and said that he cured her.
Cured her of what?
Her ailments.
What was her ailments?
Let's pull up the video. Hold on 1 second. Because I don't
I
want
feel you need to watch this video while he's pulling that up.
What y'all keep conflating is if I take you and I make you feel better because I've eliminated your alcohol, I've got you eating not all the salt and fast food, and I just got you exercising. You feel better. That doesn't mean anything I gave you cured you. That means like if I went on a diet right now and I said, man, I'm going to exercise every day. I'm going to go run. I'm going to do this. And then I take an aspirin.
If you're looking for a delicious way to level up mushrooms,
Did the aspirin cure me, or was it everything else that I did cure me?
What's the benefits of taking aspirin?
No, it's a blood thinner.
Okay. Is there health benefits to your blood being thin?
Maybe not. Maybe I took a sugar pill. Let's say I just took a placebo sugar pill.
Is there any benefits to taking a sugar pill?
No, just like there wouldn't be no benefits to your moss or your Dr. Sebi or your other things.
Yes,
what I'm saying is
there's documented evidence of the benefits of sea moss. It gives you certain nutrients and minerals that you need.
But if you eat in the correct way, you don't need those things. That's what I keep saying.
But what if you're lacking those things from the get-go? I'm not saying to take them forever. I'm saying that, like I said at the beginning, supplementation is to jumpstart your body to health. You should be able to, like this sister right here and what she's about to put out. She's about to put
I
here.
work out.
And I tell you, I've tried.
I would tell you this. I work out. And when people say protein shakes and all of that, I say protein shake is for when you just don't have time to eat the real thing, because a complete food, it works out way better than any shake you can have. But if you are in such a rush and you're like, I don't have time, and instead of you stopping to get some fast food, if you could take some protein, that's better. But I would never say that you need the protein, because the food that you're eating is not enough. And that's what Dr. Sebi is saying. And I would never say that this protein shake is going to cure you of your ailments. No time. It will make you feel better. Anything. You have a sciatic nerve. If you stretch and you do this, you can get rid of it because of what you do, not the supplements you take. Also, let's talk about this, because I don't think we finished this. The alkaline. I keep hearing y'all saying eat alkaline. Your stomach, your alkaline is that 7 pH, right? So if I eat anything outside of that, how does that hurt me or help me? When my stomach is 1.5 to 3 pH, means it's acidic. Anything that I eat is going to go into my stomach and be dissolved because my stomach is acidic. So it doesn't matter if it's alkaline or anything else. If I ate lemon juice and it went into my stomach would dissolve it. If I ate what you call alkaline, my stomach's going to dissolve it. The same thing happens. All your stomach does is pull those nutrients out and get to your gut. pH alkaline means nothing, because it does. Tell me what that means.
So first off, when it talks about the stomach acid, you got to keep in mind, we're not just talking about, we're mainly focusing on what happens after digestion, not what happens when the food gets there.
What happens after digestion?
So hold on, because what you're doing is you're not touching on the whole thing. It's what happens after your body processes and digest the food or the lemon juice. I prefer you not drink the juice. I prefer you eat the lemon if all possible, depending on how you prepare it. But you got to talk about also what's most efficient as well. So when it comes to the pH level of blood, can't argue with that. Can't argue with the pH level of blood is. That's what it is. However, you can optimize your blood as far as certain things that it comes in contact with and help it be more resistant. So it's hard when you start talking about disagreeing with you about what blood pH is. That's what it is. But what you put into your body that helps you fight off certain things, such as, I'll use your point, eating lemons. It's high in vitamin C. It's going to help your immune system. There's a benefit there. The actual flesh of the lemon has fiber. That's a benefit there right there. On top of the fact of its alkaline level, you can also optimize your gut and your body as well.
But hold up, lemons
So
aren't
I'm not, so I
alkaline.
can't. So if you tell me about the blood pH, can't.
No.
I'll take
But
a
you're
knee
saying
on that.
eat
You're
alkaline.
right.
Lemons aren't alkaline. They're acidic.
But when no, but see, you missed my point. I said it's what happens after they digest it. I can't argue
Hold
with
up.
that. It was after they
Every
digest
food
it.
you eat, becomes the same because your body has to break it down. When you put it in your stomach, it doesn't matter. How doesn't it?
Because I believe in the laws of you are what you eat. If I ate hamburgers all the time and I ate some type of healthy, like the bowl we saw earlier in the debate, that nutritional density and how it absorbs and how it affects and becomes a part of my body is two totally different things. They're going to benefit my body, or I shouldn't say benefit or affect my body differently. So if I consume plenty of fruits and vegetables, water, high fibrous foods compared to a medium beef pizza.
But that's it. Hold up. That means nothing, because if I gave you all fruits and I gave you all carbohydrates, you still gonna be diabetic.
No, because fruits have fiber. And water.
Fiber still doesn't get it out. It's your blood sugar level. If I gave you
it digests slower too.
But if I still gave that to you, you still gonna miss certain things out. I can't read that. What does that say?
Well, I mean,
I'm gonna read it
all
for you
fruit,
guys.
if you're fruitarian, you're gonna leave certain things out.
Basically, what it says is, I asked the AI. I said basically, and this is just through Google. I didn't even go to ChatGPT. Because people think the body is like a battery, what are the benefits of being alkaline? Proponents believe keeping the body in an alkaline state often likens to maintaining a fully charged, highly functioning battery, reduces inflammation, boosts energy levels, and wards off disease. The diet is thought to promote better oxygenation, preserves muscle mass, support bone health, and reduce the risk of chronic illness. And this is based on what they already know in the system. Has nothing to do with who's who or anything like that.
No, what you said, what are the now I want you to ask. Can you ask another question?
Sure.
All right.
Oh, did you receive the email?
I don't know if you sent me one. I gotta go look.
Okay.
Did you send me something earlier, or you just sent me something right now?
I just sent it to you now.
Okay, I'll go look in a second. Hold on, let me take this down.
Or something like, I don't know, the foods make you more alkaline.
Okay.
I want to ask what LJ says. What was you saying, LJ? You said something about alkaline, so I want him to put that in.
I said
because you were saying you got to eat alkaline, and I'm saying
no. Well, I said
I got a way to formulate it. I'll basically say how more beneficial are alkaline foods to regular foods when it comes to your pH balance.
All right.
Is that better? Is that a good way to?
Can I speak on that?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, I'm doing whatever. Go ahead. You talk.
Okay. Because I mean, I know a little bit about alkalinity because me being in the restoration industry, we use we do carpet cleaning and restoration. So when we're doing carpet cleaning, we are cleaning up mostly acidic based stains. You know, your coffee, your sodas, you know, your juices that have high fructose corn syrup, all of these things. And in our pre-sprays or our detergents are alkaline based. They're a high alkaline base. So what we do is alkaline based detergents break down oils, okay? But if you leave alkaline based detergents on the carpet, it's going to ruin the fibers. So after we remove the stain or we remove the spots that are in the carpet, okay, we have to use an acid rinse to bring the carpet fibers back to balance. And the reason I'm saying this is because it's not about having high alkalinity in the body. It's about what's going on in the body is having this high acid food inside it, and the body is metabolizing this high acidic food in the body, and guess what? It's causing it to overload. Okay.
Let me play
Because
this
of the
video real
process.
quick.
Before he plays that, let me respond.
No, I just want to play this. It's only a minute long. Please, just let me
All right.
get this out so I can move on to something else.
Before I did the cleanse, I had eczema. It runs in my family. You know, I didn't have it that bad, but every once in a while I would get a breakout. Rash on my face or whatever. Never, since I have changed my eating habits, have I had another breakout. I had, before I did the cleanse, I had bladder infections. And say once you get one, you know, it's easy to get them again. Man, it started to become a little problem for me. After the cleanse, never have I experienced another bladder infection. Before I did the cleanse, they say I was alcoholic.
I'm gonna stop that right there because this sounds like she just had bad eating fucking habits.
Yeah, that's all.
Period.
If you cleaned up what she ate and didn't do alcohol, she'd do it. But I will read this
I get
because the
the point.
gentleman keeps talking about acidity, and I still want you to bring that up, Ronan.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to punch it in
The
now.
problem is all foods, and I'm reading this directly from there, all foods enter the stomach where the environment is extremely acidic. The reason it's acidic is because your body breaks down everything in there. That's why you can eat meat and in a few hours it's gone. Hold up.
The opposite
After
word is
diet-
that it's acidic. It's extremely acidic. So now you're going to put acid on top of acid, which is creating an acid overload.
It's no such thing as an acid overload. Your body is breaking it down. If you so what is the acidity of what? Tell me something that's so acidic. What is the acidity of orange juice?
Orange juice is citric acid, which is natural to the body. We're not talking about natural acids. We're talking about lactic acids. We're talking about uric acids, things that are foreign to the body that the body does not break down and process. That's
What
another
food
thing that
are you
keep on
eating
bringing
that
up.
is
See, I
not
don't like to
alkaline?
get into all of these alkaline acidic arguments because, as I said, I'm not a chemist. But I do understand some of the things that you're talking about, and some of the things, and you keep on saying something about lemons being acidic. Citric acid is natural to the body. The body has citric acid inside of it. It doesn't have lactic acid. It doesn't have uric acid. It doesn't have all of these things in the body that are foreign. And that's when you put them into the body, it creates this overload to the body. And that's why we have to put alkaline into the body to bring it back to balance.
So
All right, I got the
hold
answer.
up. I'm just asking him. He said lactic acid. Is that what you're saying? Is the most acidic? I mean, your body produces lactic acid. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
Okay, you drink milk.
Okay.
Okay, milk. Okay, cow's milk on top of that.
Okay. Mhm.
So you keep on drinking this cow's milk. What happens to it, to your body? You become what they call lactose intolerant, is because that milk is foreign to your body. You're not supposed to be having all of that, so you have an overload to where your body
overload of
creates
what?
resistance to it. But as I said, I don't want to get into this whole argument because that's a steep rabbit hole. So I'll just leave it there.
Let me read this real quick so
What
we
you're
can
just
move
saying
on.
makes no sense. You know why? Because you're saying that the lactic acid doesn't. Lactose intolerance has nothing to do with that. There's people who cannot digest certain things because of the enzymes. That's like saying a Native American is alcohol something. Like they can't drink the alcohol because their body doesn't metabolize it. There's nothing to do with lactic acid.
Fearless. Most of the humans on the planet are lactose intolerant. They can't drink any or consume any type of dairy product. It's not meant. Cow's milk was not meant for human consumption. We're the only mammal on the planet that drinks another animal's milk for nutrition. We're the only ones that do that. It wasn't meant for us to drink. That's why our body reacts to it the way it does. That's why you have close to 60 to 65% of the world can't drink milk, or they have to drink milk that has the lactic acid removed from it. But natural milk, cow's milk, most people
You
can't
guys
drink.
need to answer. Hold on. Let me just read this. You guys asked me to do something in this. Do foods that have alkaline properties affect the stomach, or does the stomach acid, neutralize it, and make it maybe healthy for your body or make your body more alkaline, is what I asked it. It said basically alkaline forming foods, fruits, vegetables, nuts, generally do not change your blood pH, as stomach acid neutralizes them, but they can reduce urine acidity and aid in digestion. The body tightly regulates blood pH. Obviously, everybody knows the 7.4, meaning diet cannot make the body more alkaline, though it can improve health by reducing inflammation. Now, to y'all's benefit, Dr. Sebi talks about inflammation.
Right.
He equates it to mucus. But obviously, the alkaline part of it, it does help with reducing inflammation, but it doesn't speak to the mucus and all these other things that Dr. Sebi claims. But go ahead.
But a lot of those things cause it. For instance, if you eat a whole bunch of sugar, it can inflame you. That's not a cure. That's just your body. Our body was not meant to eat and consume as much sugar. If we eat more salt, that can do it. But that don't have nothing to do with this alkaline. It has nothing to do with this broccoli. It has nothing to do with all these things. That's seedless, unseedless. None of that. The way that we were supposed to eat was supposed to be food. But because we wanted something quicker, we took orange and made it orange juice. We took things out and tried to make it faster. The reason you get minute rice is because you stripped all the husk off of it and then you had to fortify it back. That has nothing to do with alkaline. So my problem is he is claiming that you do this, this, and this, and it cures this, this, and this. And then the things that he say, mucus is the cause of disease. That's like saying earwax is the cause of your ear infection. No, earwax gets in there and it flushes something out. Mucus gets in your system and you cough it up. It's your body's, it's a response system for your body protecting itself. It is not the cause. And you talked about inflammation. The reason you get inflamed is your body protecting itself. If you stub your toe, it swells up, but it only swells up in that local spot. It's so it doesn't spread over. It's your body's protection. It has nothing to do with curing. And what he said is no such thing as virus, no such thing as bacteria, no such thing as all this other stuff. And it causes. No, inflammation is not the cause. It is your body's reaction to something.
What is it reacting to?
It could be a hurt. It could be something you eat. It could be something that doesn't agree with you. But just because it doesn't agree with you doesn't mean it doesn't agree with me. Everyone's body is different. And it has nothing to do with alkaline.
But the alkaline creates just going back to what Ronan just put up there, those foods create an environment in your body where you're less likely to be inflamed and have that buildup of mucus that compromises your body's systems. The thing that a lot of us keep missing is
I don't think that's what he's saying.
It helps with
about optimization.
But here's the thing: it helps with inflammation, but so do other things like turmeric, mustard seeds. Those all help with inflammation as well. So just saying you have to have an alkaline body to help you with more inflammation or preventative to inflammation, you can just add those things to your diet. Like I put turmeric and other things in my coffee in the morning to help me with my joints because I have bad joints because of the military. So yeah, I literally put things in my coffee, my day-to-day stuff that will help me, but I didn't change my diet necessarily to have to do those things.
You added it to it.
Right.
You supplement.
So
I'm looking at me weird. Like you put turmeric in your coffee? Yeah, I put turmeric in my coffee, cinnamon in my coffee. Do a lot of different things, bro.
You tough, brother.
I wanted to know what causes inflammation. So I'm looking it up. Infections, injury. So if you get injury to your tissue, an autoimmune reaction. That's your body going against each other. That has nothing to do with what you eat. That's your body attacking it.
But what causes your body to do that? See,
that's like lupus. Go ahead.
What causes lupus? Something foreign came into the body to trigger that type of response, and it builds up. You're coming in where it's environmental, food, something in the air, water. We don't, I mean, I can't get into that, but I do know, because I don't know that. That's not my area of specialty. Education is my area of specialty. But when it comes into your body, the body reacts. When you get rid of what your body's reacting to, the excessive mucus, the inflammation, I could get anecdotal. Even my own shoulder, I had a shoulder injury.
You know what? I got to say this, because in the medical and the health insurance industry, we used to say this all the time. Back in the day, cancer used to be genetically something that you would get. Because of environmental changes, the things in our food and pesticides, people more and more are getting cancer out of the blue that their family's never been actually diagnosed with. And there's actually a genetic test you can take to figure out if your family is predisposed of having certain cancers. My aunt and several of my family members from Baltimore, Maryland, all got cancer. Okay, from prostate cancer to other things. So my aunt actually had the genetic test done. Come to find out, my family is not genetically disposed, but I can guarantee you it's something in that water, because we all eat seafood from Baltimore, Maryland. And it's something in that water that's causing genetically, environmentally, to cause my family to be more susceptible to having cancers than just eating the food. So it's now no longer genetic. It's now more environmental. So maybe even with Dr. Sebi saying this, that, and the other thing, you still have another part of the equation that you have not you solved, and that's your environment.
No, not that. My question would be this.
You still have to worry about your environment.
Shellfish makes someone inflamed. It doesn't make me inflamed. That doesn't mean shellfish is acidic or not acidic. Peanut butter can cause somebody to choke out and go MSG.
True.
It has nothing to do with whether it's alkaline or anything. It is, when you say, well, what's causing it? Some people's body reacts differently than other people's body. Has nothing to do with alkaline.
Even with me being a sickle cell trait, I know that I have thinner blood. I can't take an aspirin. It's against principles as somebody with sickle cell trait to take aspirin. You're already got thin enough blood. All I would do is bleed the fuck out if they put aspirin in me. The nice thing is, the side effect is I won't have to worry about getting an artery clogged, because guess what? My blood is too thin. I have to worry about being bled out.
And you look at it like a disease. There are some women who can't get pregnant, not because they can't get pregnant. It's because their body looks at the egg and the baby as a foreign person, something foreign, and it attacks it. What's that got to do? That's autoimmune. Their body is attacking itself because it sees something foreign in there. That has nothing to do with alkaline.
But my thing is this: how can I'll use your example of the pregnant woman. If the baby or the fertilized egg is seen as a foreign object, has the woman and or her doctors, physicians, or whoever her medical professional she sees, have they addressed whatever it is that's going on in the body that's causing it to do that? Is it genetic? Is it something environmental? Is it dietary? All I'm saying is this: if what Ronan showed a little while ago says that eating certain foods that just happen to fall on that alkaline spectrum optimizes the body's reaction to our environment, what's the problem with eating it? Why not eat the foods if they're going to make your body more optimal, resist against inflammation, excessive mucus? Because I can tell you right now, I know plenty of people. I hate to be anecdotal. This is one of my last anecdotal points, that have gone plant-based or lean towards being alkaline, quote unquote alkaline diet, and their bodies are optimized. They don't suffer from the chronic illnesses that they were dealing with.
I can say the same thing about keto.
The last mayor of New York, the African American male, the one that just lost race, I think, to the gentleman that's a Muslim. He was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, went plant-based. He doesn't have type 2 diabetes anymore. His doctors, is documented, said he was cured of his diabetes.
But type 2 diabetes is what?
Excessive sugar in the blood.
People who eat keto, which is meat, get the same thing. So you just told me, you just told me plant-based.
Yeah.
And I just told
that's
you
what alkaline, because alkaline is they eat plants and fruits.
But I just told you meat-based did the same thing.
Well,
for some,
yeah, the
I'm not.
caveat is with
So
keto,
see
you're
what I mean?
still
Because the symptom was the sugar,
right.
and all your diet did was take the sugar out, and all my diet did was take
No,
the sugar out.
no. See, Phil. See, you still don't understand. Well, let me not say because I'm not a nutritionist, but I do know this. I know lemons, kale, anything has carbohydrates has sugar. It has glucose. I do know that.
There are certain
I do
spikes.
know
Wait, hold
that
up. We have
meats
we have a
don't.
glycemic index. And
I
so
get that.
usually what happens is some people are eating on the higher glycemic index
They're
because
eating
there are still
processed
things.
foods that are on the higher
Yeah.
glycemic index.
So what you did when you gave them plant-based, they weren't eating the sugars
They
because
were eating sugars.
it's
They're eating complex. They're eating sugars that had a lower
they're
glycemic
eating
index, but they're still
correct.
eating sugar.
That's what I mean.
Well,
Right.
But they're eating
The
fiber
biggest
too.
thing, it does is spike your insulin when you
you're,
consume it.
you're
That's
still
the
proving
thing.
us
It does
correct,
spike
Dr.
your
Fearless,
insulin.
because the reality is this, okay? The body is out of balance, okay?
Yeah.
So if they're having diabetes, okay, and that means that they have too much sugar in their system and they eat meat, that brings the body into balance because they're not eating they're not taking in the sugar anymore.
Well, it's not
When
just
they
the
eat
meat. With the keto, it's less carbs.
Carbs.
Not just the
Well,
meat.
the point is
You're
that the
eating the
body was
fat,
had
which is
excess
the
sugar.
thing.
They
Which
started
is the
eating the
thing,
meat
and this is
because
the word
that
you
didn't
guys
have
keep
any sugar,
moving.
and
Hold
then their
on,
body went back into balance.
you guys keep skipping the word. It's not glycemic index. It's your insulin spikes
Yeah,
from
insulin.
Because of
eating.
a
Yeah,
higher because of the
Right.
sugar,
And that's
because
the
of the sugar.
sugar
Simple
part
sugars.
of what you're eating out of the carbs. Is the
But what
insulin spikes.
and you are correct. But what you keep trying to tell me is alkaline, this base, mucous membrane. And I'm telling you, two different diets did the same thing because what you did not address, or what Dr. Sebi didn't address, was what was the cause? And the cause wasn't the alkaline, or the cause wasn't the meat.
Because the black people had a poor diet. We've had a poor diet since fucking slavery.
You
Eating
got a
fucking
big
pork
And
gulp
that's
and every
all that
goddamn
Dr.
thing is
Sebi was
wrong
saying
for
from
us.
the beginning.
And we're
that
saying,
you
oh,
got a
this
big
is all
gulp of soda.
traditional foods. Well,
I used to
hell,
like
the
big gulps
tradition
too.
is over. Right. Stop eating that shit.
Because
Now
hold
you
up,
have access to
who
better
from Mississippi?
foods.
Who
Why you
from
still eat that
Mississippi?
traditional shit?
Who from Mississippi?
Me,
I know
them
you,
LJ
and I.
is.
Yeah, you too.
Oh,
You just don't live in
so
Mississippi right now.
so hold up. When the old folks,
people.
the old folks never said they had diabetes. What they say?
Yeah, sugar.
I got sugar.
That's sugar. Everybody knows that. He's not even from
I
Mississippi.
got
He
the
knows
sugar.
that.
No,
I got
but
the
I'm
sugar.
saying, so it had nothing to do with the plant base or this base. They had sugar because why? They took so much. The type 2 diabetes is the one you develop because you have sugar. Type 1 is the one you were born with. But type 2
yeah.
can be cured if you stop spiking your sugar. But it doesn't have anything to do with alkaline, doesn't have anything to do with mucous membrane, doesn't have anything to do with anything else. That's just this. So type 2 diabetes is the
Do you have that
symptom.
link that I sent you where Dr. Sebi was talking about the I believe it's a 1040. That's the timestamp. It was the last one that I sent you before Lisa.
Hold on.
And while he's doing that, I found out why. What happens is, this is for the children. We know why. The mother has Rh negative blood and the fetus has Rh positive. And so it fights against it. The mother's immune system recognizes the red blood cells as a foreign and produces antibodies against them. So see, so what I mean is, had nothing to do with alkaline, had nothing to do with what you eat. It was just the antibodies in your blood. So nothing you're going to eat going to fix it. Nothing you're going because it doesn't change your blood. None of that. And that's what I mean when Dr. Sebi says,
Black Cleaner, hold on. Let me say this real quick. Black Cleaner, you sent me all kind of information on MD Anderson, Mayo Clinic, alkaline diet, which the Mayo Clinic, if you guys don't know, are one of the top premier hospitals in the country when it comes to cancer treatment.
Yep.
And I used to send a lot of people there through the insurance policies. I made sure that policy covered them having to leave the state they were in order to go to the Mayo Clinic and others that were actually. So that's why you got to buy a certain type of policy. But anyway, you have all this documented evidence on alkaline diets and their benefit with cancer clinics, but you didn't ask me to pull any of this stuff up.
But here, I'm going to tell you what happens with cancer.
You're holding back.
And why the alkaline diet works.
Usually cancer is fed by sugar.
Yes, it is.
We just talked about if you get rid of sugar. Now, does the alkaline diet do it? Yeah, because you're eating plant-based. But would meat do it? Would other things do it? Yes. So I sit back and say that this Dr. Sebi is not the cure-all. Some things are the symptom. And what you would say is, oh, he had the alkaline diet and he cured him of his cancer. And I would say, well, no, he stopped eating sugar. Now, yeah, him with the alkaline diet stopped him from eating sugar. But if I put him on something else where he wasn't eating sugar, the result would be the same. I don't have a miracle or this miracle thing. I say that sugar is the cause. Let's stop eating sugar.
The reason I didn't bring up any of that stuff was because I did not want to get into the alkaline acid argument, because it really wasn't about alkaline acid. It was really about, the body being out of balance and the body being put back into balance. And what he noticed, and that's what I was trying to show you with the video.
Actually, it would have proved your point.
Go ahead.
It would have proved your point to Fearless about documentation when it comes to the medical industry, acknowledging that alkalining your body does help and contribute to, and we just finished talking about it, sugars being in your body feeding cancer. If the Mayo Clinic is telling you alkalining your body will help you, it's the same reason. You're cutting out the sugars, which is gonna not feed the cancers to grow any faster.
Let me say this to y'all, because I think what y'all is missing is this. At no time did I ever say that if you don't eat vegetables, if you don't exercise, if you don't drink water, if you don't get sunlight, I will all day say that works. I say that would make you healthy. That'll make your skin better. That'll make, your stretch. All of that would make you healthy. That isn't why I called Dr. Sebi a fraud. I called him a fraud because he said disease is caused by mucous membrane. I called him a fraud because he said he can cure herpes when we know herpes is a virus. I called him a fraud because he said he doesn't even believe in virus, bacteria, or germs when you guys on the show just admitted you know what it is. I called him a fraud because he said he cured sickle cell. I called him a fraud because he said he cured AIDS, HIV, or whatever you want to. And every time I called him that, I showed evidence to say, this is what happened. This is what it really is. This is the truth of it. And at no time did anybody refute me. You keep going back to you keep singing to the choir. You refuted on fraud. And then I showed that I called him fraud because he was convicted of fraud.
No,
that
he
was shown to have, he civilly paid out because of fraud.
He didn't.
See, you like to omit certain facts. And I told you in my business, omission is a big thing. You leave out certain things. He was not criminally.
I didn't say criminal. I didn't say criminal.
I understand, but you still have to say it out loud. You still have to say it.
All right, you know what? I won't even bring that up.
Okay.
Do you think? Let's just go with on this. He said that there's no such thing as viruses, bacteria, protein.
We all know that's not true.
Yeah, I said that.
So how many not truths do we have to prove that he did to say that what he said wasn't true?
But even though he spoke non-truths, is it untrue that he healed people?
See, hold on. You know what you're doing? This is what we talked about.
I'm being the moderator.
If Anton Daniels can say, we just talked. If Anton Daniels can say I'm a financial expert, and he said, well, that ain't really how you made your money. And then you bring it to him and say, well, you're not really an expert, man. You came into money doing this.
Yeah.
That's the same thing we're doing. Y'all making.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Because he's not really an expert. And if we find out that Anton was a fraud by what he said.
Here's the thing. And you gotta stop omitting things. He's not a medical expert. He is a herbologist expert. He studied it for over 20 plus years.
But
you
why?
Can't say 1,000 hours. You're not a professional at something. If you study something for 20 years, but just doesn't have a doctorate, and that's the biggest deal. Perpetrating the doctorate part.
You studied insurance, and the first thing you do is come on and do a disclaimer. What do you say is your disclaimer?
No, I give a disclaimer only if I'm giving you, like I said, errors and omission. I have errors and omissions insurance. So if I leave out something, you come back and say, well, you didn't tell me this. That's what that insurance covers. What I'm saying as a financial advisor, you should be carrying errors and omission if you're actually licensed and certified. And if you're not, the disclaimer should be, I am not a licensed financial advisor. By all means, any information I give you is either for entertainment purposes, but you need to verify with your own CPA or financial advisor if this information is still accurate and true.
You don't come on and say, hold up. You don't come on and say, I'm this, I'm this, I'm this. Dr. Sebi said, I'm a doctor. Even though he had no medical thing. You don't call yourself, hold up. If you call yourself a doctor,
you just called yourself a doctor for an hour.
Yeah,
2 hours.
Exactly. But I'm not
they
a doctor.
respected it though. They respected it and called you a doctor.
But no, but y'all know I'm being joking. I'm being facetious when I say it. I'm not trying to tell somebody I'm curing themselves, because the first thing you hear when somebody says doctor is they either have a medical degree, there's something about them that gives them that title. You can't just go around
honorary doctorates and they still use that title as an honorary doctorate.
Yeah,
but people understand it's an honorary doctorate. It's not.
But nobody understood with him because he's doing medicine. So
but
how many
herbal remedies? He's doing herbal remedies.
And that's the thing you keep conflating.
All right, how many lies does he have to say or tell you for you to say what he said is false? How many? Is it one? Is it two? Is it three?
The same amount of time. There's people that were cured, that claimed to be cured by him. They gave testimony saying that they were. You keep denying that. That's how many times you got to keep
admitting.
There's a million people that said they seen a UFO.
He admits it as facts.
It's not facts. It's not facts.
77 people said it was a fact in court.
Okay, if I say that girl broke my heart and you can't get her, and you were able to get her, the fact is she broke my heart and I couldn't get her. That doesn't mean she's unattainable.
That's not the same thing.
That's my it's called anecdotal evidence.
But this is not anecdotal when you're in a court with a judge and jury. That's not anecdotal. That's actual proven fact.
And Ronan, I'm going to ask you the simple question.
Oh my goodness!
When he went to court,
and I'm middleman. I'm just trying to keep everybody
saying
honest.
That he did something.
I'm just trying to keep everybody honest. I got to call it straight down the middle.
All right, Ronan, what did the people testify to?
The people that went in there, and we can't tell because like you said, the court record.
There you go. So stop saying. Hold up. So stop saying what they said. Because you don't have no evidence on what they said. Hold up. Hold up, Ronan. Everybody saying that these people came in and they said this. And my next question is,
listen, that's fair. The way you ask the question, the way you phrase the question is how you can answer the question. So in turn, it's only fair to say, since you can't say that it wasn't true, but he's actually been found not guilty, you shouldn't bring it up at all because it's a moot point. You can't disprove.
I said he was found, and I'm specific on what I said.
He was found guilty for anything because it was thrown. He
was found not guilty of what? Practicing law without a license. He was not found not guilty for curing AIDS. None of that.
People can be
none of that. Hold up, you can't bring that in. And that's what y'all keep conflating. Y'all keep saying 77 people and this. One, we don't know what the people testified to.
People are about extortion all day long. You got Jay-Z that was being damn near extorted out of money, saying that he had raped a woman, and just to keep it out of the news, he had to pay her a certain amount of money to keep her out of court. And he said, "Fine, take me to court to prove I did it."
Ronan, you said that your mom
makes insinuations all the time, but why? If she was raped, why didn't she charge him criminally? Because it's harder to prove criminally versus civilly, and you're trying to stop me from saying that. It's way easier to prove anything civilly in court.
You said your mom listened to I can't remember the pastor's name.
Benny Hinn. I'll tell you everything. I won't have to lie about a damn thing.
You said your mom listened to a certain pastor. What's his name?
Benny Hinn. That's it. Benny Hinn.
Do you think if Benny Hinn could find 77 people to go to court to say he cured them?
Sure, he could.
What does that mean? That don't mean nothing. He laid hands on him and said,
But you documented proof.
Go to court.
Let me answer
Hold
the
up.
question.
And Benny
You just
Hinn,
asked
every
the
time they
question,
do,
and I'm
they
going to
sit up
keep
there
you
and
honest. I'm going to keep
hold
you
up.
honest. You
But
just
the
asked a
doctor, hold
question.
up.
You
And
know
the
how
doc,
it can be proven that it was wrong? Because that's what the prosecutor is there for, to dispel all the lies that somebody that might be on the witness stand would tell. So if a witness got up on that stand and they did their research, if that witness said he was healed, that means that the lawyer and his
look what you just
investigator on the
did,
prosecution
Ronan.
side, wait, let
You
me
just
finish.
conflated
See, you
something. You
tried
don't
to
even
interrupt because you know I'm absolutely
No, I'm
right.
not. You're saying
They
somebody
have private
testified.
investigators that work for the prosecution to go back and
Ronan,
investigate every fucking witness's testimony
do
to
you know that
verify
they
facts.
testified?
That means
Do you
they
know
went
that
back
they
to the
testified?
doctor.
The witness.
You
Exactly.
even
Do you
said,
know that the witnesses testified?
listen,
Do you
what
know
did
that
you
the
tell me?
witnesses
What did you
testified?
just tell everybody today? You
Do
told
you know?
everybody today, listen, let me say this. You said everybody today that Dr. Sebi first would tell you to go get a doctor's diagnosis.
I didn't say that. I didn't
You
say
did
it.
say that.
Wait,
You
I
did say
didn't.
that
He
earlier.
said it. See,
Okay.
there was secondhand information. You even in
Who
this
said it?
discussion, you got it wrong.
Who said it?
I did.
Okay, so let me put it back right. Okay, so Black Cleaner said Dr. Sebi's process was for the person to go and get a diagnosis first, right? He would provide treatment after the diagnosis, and then he would send that person back to the same doctor to be retested. Okay, that's
And
proof
hold on.
case positive. Okay, so then here's the thing.
Hold on, Ronan. And his
Yeah.
video also showed that as well, because when he was trying to refute my or rebut my HIV claim,
He showed them the paper.
Dr. Sebi
Right,
actually
he
had a
showed
piece
them
of
the paper.
paper that showed
Right.
the
So
documented
what I'm
proof
saying is, in a
of him
court
being
of law,
HIV positive and HIV negative.
Mr. Prosecutor, Dr. Fearless for today, you would have a private investigator go out and cross-examine all the witnesses that would testify, so that you could verify or corroborate the story that they're about to tell on the stand, or disprove that they were lying. You have that opportunity as a prosecutor.
You can't
So
do what you just.
77 people,
You can't
hold
do
up.
what you just told him to do.
If 77 people got
can't
on the
do that.
stand,
It's
you mean to
it's
tell me the prosecutor had no
hypocritic
time to
evidence.
investigate
I
all
can't do what you just
77
told me to
people?
do.
You can't tell me that all 77 people didn't have no time to investigate not one of them to
I couldn't
dispel
do it
that
if
they
I
were
wanted
lying.
to.
But you brought up the hypothetical that they would just lie because he was Dr. Sebi.
No. You keep inflating. You keep saying what they said and what they said. And I'm saying no, you can't do that. I can't say what they said.
He did, true. He did win.
I can't
And
say
lost. He won on the criminal and lost on the civil. So,
but what you keep saying is he won on the criminal by what he did not do is nobody put him on court and said, okay, did you say you cured AIDS? That's not what he
they
was
did,
in court.
because they put restrictions on him on the civil that he can't claim that he healed people. You said that.
I'm saying when he went to the criminal court was not there to find out whether he cured or did not cure AIDS. Nothing to do with what he went to court for.
Whose fault would that be? The prosecution dropping the ball for not going in and getting them re-diagnosed for everybody testifying? Or
You couldn't do that anyway. Because that's not what they was charging him with. Hold, Ronan, do you know how this thing came in case? He was putting advertisements in there saying, I can
saying
cure.
he was 100% healing people. Yes, he was misstating what he could
So what
possibly.
they didn't take him to court to say whether he cured or did not cure. All they said is, hey man, you cannot practice medicine without a license. That's all he was charged with. That's it. Everything else you're talking about has nothing to do with the case.
So how do you prove?
Two different cases.
How do you prove or disprove that somebody's practicing as a medical doctor?
You have to hold up. No. You can't do that, man. Hold up. You can't do it. You can't make me give any medical things anywhere because it's
there was a
protected by
kid
law.
prosecuted for pretending to be a doctor, even though he was actually healing people not more than about 4 or 5 years ago. There's a 16-year-old kid, but he was smart as shit.
There was a person out there. There was matter of fact, there was a dentist who was doing veneers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what they charged him?
Yeah,
there wasn't a dentist. They didn't charge him with saying you did great teeth, you did bad teeth. They charged him with practicing dentistry.
So can two things be right at the same time? Can somebody actually know what they're talking about but not be licensed and tell you something that's true and factual?
Probably could, but when that same person tells me that mucus,
probably they could, because obviously Anton knows what he knows.
No, what you're saying is correct. That person can know all about medicine, but then let's go to the other step.
that same person told me there's no such thing as viruses,
You know
diseases.
where it becomes illegal when it comes to practicing medicine? If you don't advise the person you're giving the advice to that you're not a medical doctor. If you tell the person you're not a medical doctor and he still wants to follow your advice, that's his personal choice, and that's not
Correct.
against the law.
Incorrect. And that's why he was found not guilty, because the people just said, I had herbal medicine. And so when they went and tried to charge him with practicing a license, the people said, nah, he never told me he was a doctor. He gave me herbs and said what to do. So that has nothing to do with the cure of a disease.
So is that being deceptive? Is that fraudulent? If they all knew and followed through on it, if they all knew he wasn't actually a licensed doctor, he was just going by that term. He was going by that term. They were fully aware, and they still, by their own free will, decided to follow through on what his treatment recommendations were. Does that make it illegal or not? And does that make him fraudulent?
No, it doesn't make it illegal. That's why he was found not guilty.
Okay.
I have no problem. Nothing you just said went against me. Nothing you just said.
I agree with you.
Because what I said is this. He wasn't charged with whether he cured. See, every time y'all keep saying it, y'all keep going back to he cured or didn't cure, witness testimony. And I keep going back to that's not what he was charged with. Nothing to do with that.
So why you still call him a fraud?
Because he was still found guilty of the liability of fraud. And I called him a fraud because he did this. He said, hold up.
And really what he was found guilty of is the verbiage on his marketing material saying he fully cured somebody. That's a marketing mistake. That's not him being fraudulent. It's the way he marketed his material. Hold on. There's many supplemental companies out there right now. There's many supplemental companies out there making millions of dollars on fraudulent claims, but because of the way they worded it in marketing, nobody can hold them accountable.
Correct. Because they call it a supplement. Hold up. They call it a supplement.
Supplement versus a medicine diagnosis or
treatment. Hold up. But does that mean that those supplements actually work? No, they don't call it medicine. They don't call it medicine. See, if you call it medicine, it
makes it something different. But even medical doctors won't give you that same guarantee because they're worried about being sued and losing their medical licenses.
If you call it a supplement, you can claim whatever you want.
I mean, Dr. Fearless.
If you call it a supplement, you can claim whatever you want. And that's what I'm saying. The reason I've called him a fraud is, please tell me any evidence, not just witness testimony, the research that says he cured sickle cell. Now, I didn't say it. Please tell me where mucous membrane is the cause of diseases. When person talks like that, and I said this about Anton. When I got on the show with Anton, and Anton said he made his money with some software company and doing this. I asked the first question, and he said that. And because I know it, I asked a follow-up question. And then it got gray. Then I asked the third question. And then I knew he didn't know what he was talking about. But I said, I'm not.
You knew more than him.
Yeah. I said, I'm not on the show.
You made all that, and you're like, what the? I'm like, what the?
Correct. So I knew at that time, I'm not having this consultation.
Only thing he could help you for was the YouTube part.
Correct.
All that other shit,
talk about this.
You don't know.
Yep. So I'm not even going to make an argument. I'm saying the same thing with Dr. Sebi. When he says A, and a real doctor comes in and says, no, that's not true. And then he goes here, and the further he goes, the doctor is saying, you don't know, because mucus doesn't cause disease. Sickle cell isn't caused by iron deficiency. We've been knowing for millennia that there's viruses, that there's bacteria, that there's germs. When you say there isn't, I know that you don't know what you're talking about. When you say that hybrid food is bad for you, and then you say you're eating kale, and then I point out to you that that's a hybrid food, and you say, well, because hybrid something. And then you tell in one sentence that if God didn't make it, don't take it. Then I say, well, brother, nothing you're eating is from God. Everything that we've made is cultivated. Basically, even every animal you have is man-made. You got a Doberman Pinscher because we crossbred it. What's that?
And that's why we're sick.
No, you couldn't do it. We couldn't eat the same way. We couldn't feed the world the same way. And here's the thing. If you're saying that's why we're sick, what was the life expectancy of an African in the 1900s? Those were the people who were eating.
The only reason I'm going to say that's disingenuous, because it's documented in the Bible, people lived a hell of a lot longer, 900 and some fucking years back in the day. But times have changed. The like I said, pollution, chemicals, all these things are factors.
Water pollution,
disease.
No, I'm talking. Hold up, no. Because Dr. Sebi said if you eat this certain way, you should live. Those people were not having. There was no such thing as a GMO. There was no such thing as those waters, because there wasn't
animals. It was called staph infection. There was all kind of fucking illnesses and diseases that people didn't have the technology to treat.
No, sir.
There's all kind of shit.
Hold up. There's no such thing as a disease.
Oh, it wasn't?
I didn't say it.
You're being facetious about what
Dr. Facetious, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So if you're telling me that if you do A, B, and C, you can do this, and I'm saying no, because the people that lived in Africa who were eating the whole foods, who were eating no GMO, who were eating the exact way that you're saying it, they still didn't live past the average age was 35. So that can't be. So what we found out were there are such things as germs. There is a such thing as bacteria. That's why you take an antibiotic. That's why you take penicillin, because people were doing those things and you weren't living. So it wasn't always the food. And that's what I keep saying. The reason I called him a fraud is because in his mind, he keeps saying, is this, this, and this. And I'm saying that's part of it. But anytime you do an experiment, anytime you have a controlled and then you have a random. The controlled were the people in Africa eating the exact way that he ate. And we know their life expectancy. So what was the random? That's how you do the experience. See, what y'all doing is conflating. That's not how you do an experiment. I only change one variant. You change one variant. See, I would do this to you. I would say, I want you to eat this way. And I would change one thing. And if it didn't improve, then let's change another thing. If that didn't improve, we change another thing. Because if I change 10 things, we never know what it was that made you better. That's why you have anytime you have an experiment, you have a group that has a controlled, and then you offer a random, a variant in it. And so then you know if it works. If not, it doesn't work. And that's what Dr. Sebi was doing. He just threw the book and said, do this and this and this and this.
LJ ain't having that shit. He's like, goddamn, he just threw the book up against the wall, and whatever stuck is what he went with.
all I know is this, and my research on Dr. Sebi, when you have people willing to go into court of law and testify to what regardless of what they said or didn't say, we may never know unless someone does a Freedom of Information Act request to try to get them unsealed. We'll never know what was said, but we do know this: 77 people went into a courtroom and testified to their experience doing this particular type of diet. It's beneficial.
Man,
all the scientific modern says that it's beneficial to the human body.
Every Sunday, millions of people look at pastor offerings and say that his sermon was beneficial to me. You know how many people I can say I prayed for him and my prayer healed him? Does that make it true? See, what you're saying is a testimony.
The person that was healed, it does.
No, half the time the person who was healed don't even know somebody was praying for him. What do you mean?
But that's not the point.
No. See, what you're doing is conflating. And what I'm telling you, you keep
leaving out.
You go to these 77. Hold up. You keep saying 77 people went to court.
Until you do, can you admit that 77 people testified in that court? We know that, right?
But here's the thing: 77 people can testify that the pastor laid hands on me and I was healed. 77 people can say I was abducted by an alien.
We already got to this point.
By an alien taken onto the
we
US.
already made this point. It's called repeatability. Fearless is stuck at the point of repeatability as far as the scientific value of saying that something works on a consistent basis.
If you can't repeat it, it doesn't happen.
He could not repeat it on a consistent basis.
Exactly.
Is why
That's
he's saying it's
that-
fraudulent to claim that you can cure everybody.
Correct.
But
because if I tell you how to make money,
can we admit that those 77 people were cured? Maybe
no,
not.
I can admit that they testified to being cured.
Okay. And they brought evidence, and we can,
we don't know
based
that.
on the fact that he was not found guilty of the
Here's the
charge.
reason why he's going to say that, and I'm going to say why. He's going to say
Go
that
ahead.
because we don't know currently, because of the 77 people that testify and the records being sealed. You don't know if they went into remission. They were just in remission at that point. They changed their diet, and all of a sudden they're re-diagnosed with the same fucking thing. You don't know, and that's what the whole thing about even getting FDA approved is time trials. You start off on animals, then you move to humans. You look at the long-term, short-term effects on things. And that's unless you got enough money to prove all that, and you don't know. And that's where the repeatability comes in, that and the reliability of giving out a medication, a pharmaceutical, or whatever is long-term effects on people over a period of time. And since he couldn't prove that, and we can't go and check those people are still in remission if they stayed on the diet, because we all know how diets work. People get on them and they jump off of them. They get back on them, they jump off, and they do the yo-yo thing. So you don't know if any of those
but here's the thing.
still alive at this point, let alone be able to testify to say, yeah, I was healed, but I went in remission the minute I went off of that diet.
No, but see, here's the thing. If you're cured, you never go into remission.
Go back into remission. Correct.
Exactly.
Yeah, true.
Exactly.
True.
Because you're cured. And so that's what I mean. Because anytime you
that's
know,
not true.
Yes, it is. If you're cured or something,
look at the definition of cured. He's actually right. You can say remission.
Right. If his definition of if pathogen or virus or all of these eradication is true, okay, you're telling me that pathogen or virus or bacteria cannot re-enter the body, a new bacteria or a new viral.
Not if your
or a new
body is built up the type of tolerance that he's talking about through being alkaline. Why would it even have the ability to refix itself back to your body if you're alkaline at that point? You dispelled it, you rebuilt your body up. If you stay on that diet, it should have no presence of being to able to reacquire it again. But if you get off of it, you're right back to square one, right?
Especially for a long period of time.
And got herpes again without having sex.
The problem with modern medicine is that modern medicine focuses on acute interjection versus post optimization, and that's the thing that he keeps on saying he's a fraud because he didn't get rid of the pathogen. He didn't get rid of the.
So the difference is modern medicine doesn't say only on certain things. It doesn't say it cures you. That's the difference.
Treats you.
It treats you. That's correct. I'm going to treat your cancer. It doesn't say it cures you. Even with COVID,
say your cancer is in remission.
Correct.
They don't say you're cured.
Right.
At
That's
point.
the difference. Dr. Sebi kept saying he cured you, and you keep saying he didn't say you're black.
Verbiage is very important, and you know me. I'm somebody that uses myself on words. The word that you use could be the word that I use got me out of $100,000+ lawsuit because I used one word in a statement the wrong way.
And that's what he does. So my thing is always this: if somebody is telling me something and I found them in one lie and two lies, 3 lies, 4 lies, or just not understanding, that means everything else they're telling me I have to take with caution. That means they don't know what they're talking about. If you don't know the difference between hybrid and man-made and mucus and germs, that means you're telling me you don't really have a grasp on what the cure is. Alkaline, we just showed you that alkaline really it's just a word. And what happens is a lot of these gurus and these guys just throw around. You keep saying no. And this is what bugs me. What evidence can I show you? Because what I did was come on here and I didn't want to say I said. I didn't want to use my words. I wanted to take his words and then show you what wasn't. I didn't say. You even said there's germs.
I'm willing to admit something when it's correct, but you still won't admit things either on this live
What do
stream.
you hold up? What do you want me to admit? I admit
That 77 people
Dr.
testified
Sebi,
in court
in
in 1988.
Stop. What you just did. You said they testified in court.
You
We
didn't
don't
let me finish
know
because you
that.
stopped me.
You do know
We
that.
don't know that. No.
Yes, you did.
It's
Fearless,
documented.
you pulled it
77
up the article
people
yourself and showed us
testified.
last week.
Yes.
They said he had
And
witnesses.
I showed it to you today,
That
tonight.
he had witnessed this.
But
Right?
77 of them.
if I run this tape back,
Stop.
I can run this tape back right now and show you that you showed a document that said 77 people came in.
Is there a difference between a witness and a testimony?
Who gives the testimony?
I can say I brought in 10 witnesses.
Who gives the testimony?
Okay. See, no, I got you. You're still wanting to omit certain things. So he had 77 witnesses come into court, and I will verify that he did have 77 witnesses. Yeah. But from what I heard from the story was after about the fourth or fifth witness, they conceded and didn't have him have all 77 people come up and testify.
Who said that?
This is what I heard.
No. Who said it? Because a lot of y'all gonna say Dr. Sebi said.
No,
I didn't. His witnesses said it.
Show me that his witnesses.
Who the witnesses?
Said, yes, show me that.
Who's going to show you? How are you going to show it? You got to find somebody.
Hold up.
Got it on tape.
Hold up. Then listen to what you just said. LJ, you said the witnesses said. My question was, what witnesses? And then you said, huh?
Let me show you.
That's where my problem comes in. You just said a statement that somebody said something, and when I said show me, you can't show me that they ever said it.
I'll put one in the private chat that I found, and I'm going to go ahead and look at the other ones as well. Give me a second to put it there.
And then even if they testify to it, what does that mean? All they did was just say, I went here, I took this, and it helped me.
I mean, under the threat of being in prison.
Hold on. Wait. I'm glad you said that. Because
the threat of being in prison for lying on the witness.
I'm glad you said that. In 2019, there were people who wrote affidavits and did proof to say there was voter fraud, and they did it under threat of criminal.
Correct.
Now, what did they see? We don't know. Did they see it? But they testified to it. That doesn't make it true.
No, I understand it.
I understand that. I got that too.
But that's what you keep telling me. You keep telling me that somebody came in and testified.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many people said right there? That's that Negro right there that raped me. Right there. I'm testifying to it. And you know how
where's your other evidence? Because see, that's the thing we don't have from the sealed
documents. Because a lot of people think eyewitness evidence is more than anything. If I went into court as a white woman and said that Negro right there is the one who
that was then.
I seen him.
Let's talk about this court case you keep trying to divert from.
It still goes back. The testimony doesn't mean anything.
Came in, but Ron, you said
I just showed you that somebody's testimony that I can go in and say that person did it, and the DNA shows it doesn't. So my testimony meant nothing when you compared the evidence. So if that person came into court and said it cured me, and I said, please give me the sheet that shows it cured you, and you can't do it, your word means nothing.
But see, here's the thing, Phil, you leave it. This is what you keep leaving out. We can't find that because the documents are sealed. If they were unsealed and made public, then we would know.
I'm gonna do some
research. Everything we're talking about is speculation.
I'm already doing it in the background. I'm on ChatGPT right now, and I already have the document that has been well researched. So it'll go out and find the rest. So y'all keep talking.
That's all I'm saying. You want to talk about germs and bacteria and hey. I've had plenty of sinusitis and bronchitis infections. I get it. I got you. I've done my fair share of antibiotics. But since I've gone on this diet, haven't had to do that.
I'm not debating. Hold up. LJ, at any time did I say anything you said was untrue about you going on a diet and helping?
I have problems admitting things when you're right, Fearless. You just won't admit things when you're wrong.
We got to get technical. Hold up. I'm saying there's nothing. Hold up. There's nothing that you're saying that I didn't say. You said he went into court with 77 witnesses.
4 or 5 testified. The prosecution waved the white flag.
I'll give you everything that we don't know that. But I'll give you everything that you said. I'll say all 77 testified that they was accused.
With evidence. because they had to bring it. They had to bring medical documentation.
Now,
There
you went. There you went. Hold up. You went another
Okay,
step.
guys, we're talking in a circle. It's almost 1 o'clock.
I got you. Understood. I got you.
But you went another step. See what you did? You added.
I didn't add nothing.
You said they brought in
It was
evidence.
a criminal trial.
You brought
It was
in
a
evidence.
criminal trial.
But hold up. They was not on trial for whether they cured or didn't cure. He was only on trial for whether he practiced medicine without a license.
And he had to bring it. He had to bring in his evidence of
All
what
he had to
was
bring
doing.
in was he didn't practice medicine without a license. And all that is I never told him I was a doctor. I told him I was a herbalist, and I told him take these supplements.
Do we know that for sure? Or do we know that's exactly? So
no, that's what I'm saying.
And
see, here's the thing I'll say. I don't know that for sure. All I know that he was
not convicted. Lord Jesus.
All I know is he was convicted.
I'm convicted. I promise I'm off.
This is not good for the home team. Wait until you see what I just found.
Okay.
Because I've done a deep dive. I went down a rabbit hole with ChatGPT and Notebook LLM. Okay. The claim of 77 witnesses was never substantiated. It only came out there were 77 witnesses by Dr. Sebi himself.
Told you. Hearsay.
Did all 77 testify? Because I asked a very specific question. Right. Of the 77 witnesses available, do we have any kind of hearsay or saying that any of those witnesses or all of those witnesses actually testified during the case? There's no way to confirm by documentation showing that exactly 77 people testified, that they are claimed to be cured, or what diseases were allegedly had.
There you go.
Nothing.
That's why I always ask the follow-up questions, LJ.
So, okay. Everybody, you know how people develop legends and stories?
Because he said it. Dr. Sebi said what happened.
It's not just that. It's the restriction on the information being available. Obviously, everybody can definitely say there was a court case. There was some type of hearing in a room with a judge. We all know this.
And a jury.
And somehow he walked out of there. What happened in that court case? What was divulged? Any of the other shit is all speculative. So we can never tell what the real truth is. So that's where legends start coming in at. And
who created that legend? Who created the legend? The prosecutor.
Obviously, the only person that could be the one that started the myth and the legend that knows nobody's going to say anything is the man that's dead, Dr. Sebi. Because he
always ask a follow-up
through
question.
interviews is the only way he built up these stories is through his own interview.
That's why I asked
people asking him what happened in court.
See, LJ, you kept saying
nobody could dispel him. I'm being neutral. I'm being very neutral.
LJ kept saying it is fact. You hold up, LJ. You say you admit when you're wrong, you're wrong. You say it.
And I've done it several times, but you never did.
Hold up, LJ. You never admit when you're wrong. You said 77 people came in and testified that they was cured.
No. And I came back and said, Ronan said only 4 or 5 testified. And I said it earlier.
They testified that they was cured.
How many? Say it again. What did you say? I said again.
They testified that they was cured, and they brought in medical evidence.
But again, this is all
hold up.
This is all rumor, and that's what I'm saying. Everybody knows the story about if you sit 12 people around in a circle and one person tells a story. By the time it gets all the way back around, the story done fucking changed. It's 25
hold
fucking
up,
thousand.
Hold up, Ronan. Hold up,
and everything else. So nobody can.
But here's the thing: I said I don't know if they testified. I don't know what they testified to. I don't know what happened. That's what I said. Because every time you said they testified, I said they testified to what?
Exactly.
They was cured.
Nobody can tell you.
Said, oh, wait, hold up. How do you know? Where's the witnesses? I don't know. See, I'm the one that asked the secondary question. You said that 77 people testified and they was cured.
And I came back and I said, Ronan mentioned in one of his research that 4 or 5 testified. I said, okay,
but you said that they brought in evidence that they was cured.
Again, that's all legendary. We don't know. And so
when I say I don't, and you said I won't admit to it, what am I supposed to admit to, LJ?
That people testified.
Hold up. I can't admit to that because Ronan just showed you that we don't know.
And
so how can I admit to somebody testifying when we don't even know?
I even knew I was forming a distinction on the debate. I was looking at both sides of it. So the key distinction for your debate, this was often gets misunderstood. Winning the case did not legally prove that he cured diseases. It only means the prosecutor failed to prove his practiced medicine illegally. That's all it proves.
Exactly what I said.
Now
So
it says to be a clean moderator. Listen, a clean moderator question could be used as this story often repeats that dozens of patients testify they were cured in Dr. Sebi's trial can either be said to produce verified court records or transcripts confirming those testimonies in their medical documentation, which nothing can be produced. So again, it's all legend and all myth and speculation
so
around
again,
the whole
LJ,
story. But the only person we can truly say is the person that can send out that kind of message and start that legend was Dr. Sebi himself, because nobody else talked about it.
Correct. So LJ, I say again, once again, what didn't I admit to?
I'm still trying to figure out was there a court case?
Where are we at?
Was there a
You
court case?
said I didn't admit to something.
We do
So I'm
know it's
asking,
a court case. We
what
just
didn't
don't
I
know what
admit
happened.
to?
Was there a court case? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did he go to trial?
Yes.
Did he have a judge and a jury of his peers?
I don't know if he had a judge or a jury, but yes, one of the two.
Yeah, I'm telling you, was it a criminal court case?
Yes.
Okay, I'm in the United States of America. I don't care what state it's in. I don't care if it's Nebraska or even Louisiana. In those type of court cases, they're going to have a judge and a jury to decide
I'm agreeing to that. Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to say this, knowing how criminal law works, you just don't go in there and stand up there and look at the judge and just say, hey, I didn't do this without bringing forth some type of evidence. What that evidence is, who gave the evidence, we can speculate on that. How many people did? Ronan just mentioned in some of the research on maybe less than 4 or 5 may have testified. And then he was found out.
Now you're going off. All that I said was this. Yeah, I said that he went to court and he was found guilty. He was found not guilty.
Not guilty.
Practicing medicine without a license.
Now, do you want to go to the civil trial?
Hold up. I said he was never found not guilty of curing somebody, of any of those other things. That's what y'all kept bringing in. I said he was found guilty, not guilty, of practicing medicine without a license. I said that last week. Nothing from what I said changed. You guys kept saying 77 cured. He brought a witness. Doctor said he was this and this. I said no.
This debate,
so I don't know what I needed to admit to.
Let me put it this way as the moderator. This debate was not for us to decide. It was for the people listening to decide whether they felt like Dr. Sebi was a fraud. He misrepresented himself to the people that he was healing. And we'll let the court of public opinion. Right now, my poll, and it's been running the whole fucking time for 4 hours, 36 people voted, and it said that, do you think Dr. Sebi was a fraud? Of those 36 people, 64% said no. 36 said yes. So even with all the evidence out there, nobody is changing their mind that Dr. Sebi was not a beneficial person to know when it came to either re-educating them on the proper ways of eating, even to the detriment of maybe they never got healed, but they know that proper diet does help them. And like you said, Fearless, anybody could have told you that. It didn't have to take Dr. Sebi to. But he was the person at the time that enlightened a lot of our people to get back into eating healthy and not on the old slave diet that we used to be on, because we're not slaves no more.
But you know what? When I grew up, the same thing was said about Dick Gregory. I know people was like, Dick Gregory is saying, eat this way. That don't mean Dick Gregory never said cure this or cure that. Dick Gregory like, get off of this. Matter of fact, Malcolm X said it. Stop eating the whole.
The whole Nation of Islam.
Yeah. So that don't make him a god. He said this, leave the alcohol alone. Swine is this. Don't eat that.
Cigarettes.
Yeah. I have never said that any of those people are incorrect, and I have never accused them of fraud.
Except for Dr. Sebi.
Because he didn't just say those things.
He said these things.
He took it that one step further.
That's where my problem comes in. That's where the issue comes in.
So like I said, everybody, you guys put out great points. It has nothing to do with anybody's personal feelings. You're still at the end of the day going to believe what you're going to believe. Even the chat believes what they want to believe. They felt like he came with a positive attitude, trying to help the community. At the end of the day, whether you want to say he gave out accurate or incorrect information, he still got people down that road and pointed them in the right direction. So they feel like, and again, it's based on feeling, not anything with fact. He's not a fraud. Now everybody else is watching this on the replay. Let us know in the comments. You think after all the things that you've heard tonight that Dr. Sebi was a fraud and he misrepresented himself, or maybe he was a benefit to the Black community by enlightening us, and he did heal some people, and through remedies of herbal medicine. Hell, we have voodoo doctors and all kind of shit back in the day, and that was way before big pharma and doctors. So who's to say somebody's treatment that works for one person doesn't work for all? But again, to Fearless's point, medically, things have to be repeatable. You have to document it. It has to be proven. It has to be re-verified. People of your peers have to be able to take that formula and replicate it and get the same results. In the scientific field, is that something that can be replicated on a regular basis? And to this point, nobody at this point has totally replicated, obviously, because we just saw videos of people that are like focusing on Dr. Sebi's remedies with other people, and they're not working. They're complaining. They're saying it didn't work. They want their money back and all these other things. So was Dr. Sebi just one of one, or is this something that can be replicated through multiple people consistently? And right now, it doesn't look, even on a scientific theory, that it's repeatable by Dr. Sebi's means. So let us know in the comments. We're at about 4 hours and 11 minutes, and I'm sure that's 4 hours too long from what we were planning on doing. But I don't want to say there's a winner or a loser. It's just information that's being put out there in a good, professional, gentlemanly way. Nobody feels any kind of way between the people on this panel. We're all friends at the end of the day, in the background and everything else. So we're all collaborators. So at the end of the day, you're the only one that's going to believe what you're going to believe. But I can tell you this, changing your diet will definitely help you physically, mentally, and a whole bunch of other things. So if you feel like you feel lethargic, you feel like you need to make a change, then start doing your own research. That's the biggest thing. Do your own research. There is not a one size fit all. That European height weight standard, you're fucking African, you're fucking Black American, whatever. That is not the same. You're not a European. Everybody's type is different. What works for one person doesn't necessarily work for all. It's not a one size fit all, but you do need to be active. You do need to worry about what you're putting in your mouth and how it reacts to your body. Just like people have allergies to one thing and other people's do not. So you got to make sure you're paying attention and listening to what your body says it's good with and what it's not good with. Doesn't work for everybody. You guys got any closing comments before we get up out of here?
I will say this, as I say that to everyone, be careful who you follow and who you look up to. Because we always do that. We always find a hero. And I know somebody said something. I remember when Malcolm X discovered that what's my man's name? Elijah Muhammad.
Elijah Muhammad. Put some respect on his name.
Yeah, he was out there having kids and extramarital, and he wasn't the man that they said he was, or he said he was. And when that brother said the truth, instead of people saying, "Man, you're right, that's the truth," they looked at him like he was the enemy. Farrakhan talked about it, and all of them people talked about it. Tonight I was Malcolm X.
Oh shit! No, you didn't go there.
I brought forth the truth. And what happened is, as you can see, the people made every excuse for Elijah Muhammad. I mean, Dr. Sebi. I mean, Alfredo Bowman. They made every excuse there was. No matter what could happen. So seriously, I say, guys, look, sometimes you have to check and make sure where your source is coming from.
Facts.
The wrong clock is right twice a day. And sometimes what somebody tells you, it may help you. And I say, man, that's great if something helped you. But always be cautious and look at the sources. Dr. Sebi said some good things. Have a great day. Drink more water, walk more, eat more fiber, eat more plants. All those things was great. But please, just like Steve Jobs did, sometimes when you put your faith in that healer instead of medicine that's been tested, when you finally want to get to the real medicine, somebody will say it's too late, too gone. And I say this. We talked about not taking your flu medicine. Well, I know Dr. Sebi wish he would have took that pneumonia shot. So sometimes, modern medicine gets a bad name, but we did eradicate smallpox. We stopped the measles. We stopped the mumps. So those things are good. We don't have polio. Those things are good. Are there some bad to it? Yes. But just be careful. Like I said, what is the thing? Sometimes you don't want to meet your heroes. And I don't want to I think the first guy I said it best. He was so hesitant, even though he knew that Dr. Sebi was incorrect. He said, because sometimes you say something and you don't want to hurt other people, because by you saying this, people are going to come for you. Because sometimes people just don't want to hear the truth. That's it for me.
All right, LJ, because I know Black Cleaner gonna call him all kind of Django's and shit on the back end. But go ahead, LJ.
I'm not doing that. First, I want to thank everybody for allowing me on Fearless. Now you're back to Fearless. You're no longer Dr. Fearless now that we're done. And Ronan, I appreciate y'all letting me on, and I appreciate the panel. Black Cleaner, pleasure to meet you, brother. Glad we had this interaction. Let your medicine be your food, and let your food be your medicine. Whatever food you can afford, even if it's keto, carnivore, whatever it is, make sure it's the highest quality food you can afford. That's always my point to the people around me. Again, I live in Mississippi. This isn't vegan friendly country at all. So that's what I tell people when I'm interacting with them and telling about my journey as a vegan for almost, it'll be 6 years next month, matter of fact, when I made that decision. So I'm glad to be here. But as far as the debate is concerned, Dr. Sebi and his philosophy, his approach to diet, drinking water, which is something I still struggle with to this day, is so important, so vital, especially as African-American men. We need to get locked in about our health. I said at the last live stream, we only get so many trips around the sun. Our families are depending on us as men to stay around. So please make sure, even if you believe in Dr. Sebi's teachings, still get your blood work, get your physicals. If you know you have certain markers in your family, chronic diseases, get tested. There's testing out there now that can help you get ahead of certain things so that when you're 65, 70 years old, you're still strong. You're still able to move around. And just one last point, I lost my grandfather to prostate cancer. And I tell him, my son, he's 18. Hey, when you get to 25, 26 years old, start having those PSA tests. Even though the doctor says he's too young, his grandfather had prostate cancer. He's in remission. And I tell him all the time, it's in you, get ahead of it so you can live long, not for you, but for the people who love you. And that's why I get my PSAs done every year. And I continue to tell my sons to do the same thing. So to everybody who watch this in the future, get your blood work done, eat healthy, and I love you all.
Black Cleaner?
Thank you for having me on the panel. I really appreciate it. Very informative. It even inspired me to get back on the Dr. Sebi regimen because, I fell off myself. We were just talking about how, it is not easy to have discipline in your diet. So this was actually motivation for me to doing the research on the history of Dr. Sebi inspired me to get back in the saddle, and it is actually helping. And you know, the thing is that it was life changing back then when I was on it, when I first discovered Dr. Sebi, and it's life changing even now. You know, and seeing the new people that are coming after Dr. Sebi, like Yaki Awakened, and there was another lady who she wrote a book called Cancer Doesn't Scare Me Anymore, Dr. Lorraine Day, and you know, Phil Valentine, and a lot of these people. I think was it Scott Gallo. I think a lot of these people who are actually, you know, showing you that there are different ways or different methods for healthy living and healthy eating and lifestyle change. That's what, and I mean, that's what they're calling it. It's just a lifestyle now. So we all need to get back on that and change our lifestyle. Get off, stop eating all of this junk food, stop eating all of this processed food, so that we can become healthy. And I'm gonna leave it there. I'm not gonna say anything about Mr. Fearless.
Really? You're not gonna call him
I wanted to
Steven?
say,
You're not
but
gonna
I'm gonna
call
leave
him
him
Steven off of the damn plantation? You're not gonna say, yeah, boss. You're not gonna do none of that no more. Come on, man. I've been waiting for it. Let him have it. Go ahead. He can take it. Go ahead. Call him. Go ahead. I know you want to say something. Just one thing. Come on.
Don't do it.
I will say this, okay? I'm thinking that he's CIA.
So we already know he's part of ICE. He got us arrested in one of our videos.
See, and that's really what it is, because to come on here to, you know, talk bad about a man who did good work, you know, during his lifetime and bringing, you know, this new lifestyle into the work, he's a disruptor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I want to ask one question though. So I know you said his name with some authority. How did you feel about man, why did the name just leave me? Not Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad.
There's a story that Elijah Muhammad said, okay, where he was watching Malcolm X on TV. And while he was watching him give a lecture on TV, one of the guards or one of the FOI members came in and started talking bad about all of the things that Malcolm X was doing. And Elijah Muhammad stopped him. He said, "A man who speaks like that ain't got no sin. You see how many people he's bringing to the fold, bringing to the, you know, to the light, to enlightening them. All of the people that he's bringing into the light is wiping all of his sin away." So that's the same thing that I feel about Elijah Muhammad. That's the same thing that I feel about Malcolm X. That's the same way that I feel about Minister Louis Farrakhan. All of these people is bringing us out of this slavery survival mindset into the light. And every time you change somebody and bring them into the light, you're wiping your slate clean.
Do you feel the same way about Creflo Dollar?
I don't follow Creflo Dollar.
Well, what major pastor do you follow then?
Minister Louis Farrakhan.
But not necessarily him. I'm just saying any of the pastors, because what you said.
Going with this.
The same thing you said about them.
We have all sinned and fallen short of the eyes of God. So nobody's going to be perfect. So you can judge a book by its cover, or you can listen to the message and apply it to your own needs and how you interpret it. Everybody reads the Bible.
I was asking the question to do this.
But I'm just saying,
is it the message or the man?
The message.
Message.
Always the message.
He's agreeing. He's saying the message.
He's agreeing. It's always the message.
Because the man is not perfect. The man is flawed.
And that's one of the things that we brought up a long time ago. It's the code. We all need to be on code with each other, because, as he said, the man can fall short, but also the man can become a target. That's what's going on here with in Iran. They were all on code. The person who instilled the code was Ayatollah Khomeini, and he died. But guess what? They're still on code with what he instilled. And now here we got, this war going on with the Americans trying to disrupt the code, or the people who are bringing about the code. Will it happen? Time will tell.
This is a perfect segue to talk about what we're going to be talking about next week. We're going to talk about the small hats and what's going on in Iran. Yeah, we're going there.
Oh, not necessarily Iran. We're going to even go to New Jersey, my fella.
Yeah, everywhere. We're talking about the small hats, and are they really the real small hats?
And how they get this preferential treatment, or they actually took over the town in New Jersey.
Yep.
And when they take over the town, it's entirely.
With that, I'm going to go ahead and push this button. I have a brand new AI song I'm dedicating to the men and women of United States Armed Forces. Our hearts and minds and prayers are with you. We know this is not something you have to do, but you're being ordered to do. And unfortunately, you got some politicians out there that have no idea that they're putting you in harm's way for something that ain't that goddamn important. Right. So I dedicate this song to all my servicemen and women out there, and you're in our prayers.
Salute.
You better pay me, blood on the soul, carrying a weight down, never know. Iron in my hand, iron in my will, cold nights taught me how to stand still. Clock on the wall, tick-tock loud, world kept pushing, I don't back down. Sweat in my eyes, heart like a drum, pain don't scare me, I become. They tried to tell me I'd fold under fire, but pressure built something wire. Granite heart, steel in the frame. When the bell rings, I answer my name. One shot, I don't miss. One shot taken, this is the life I made. Blood on the knuckles, dirt on the name. I stood when they stayed. Heavy is the crown, harder is the game. Harder is the game, harder is the game. I don't bend, I don't break. I don't give up, just take. I've been broke before, I don't break, I crawl that floor. I don't quit, I bury pride, I just rise every time I die. Front to the fight, back to the wall. I've seen giants stumble and small men crawl. Hands up, high chin, tucked tight. Look a man dead in his doubt-filled eyes. I see the shake, I feel the fear, that quiet tremble when truth gets near. I am the storm they warned you about. Born in the wreckage, raised in drought. Scraps on the table, lessons in pain. Learn real quick how to carry shame. Talk is cheap, I paid that cost. Men who bark loud usually lost. 10 rounds deep, lungs on fire. Still standing tall in the why. You wanna test me, draw that line. I've been surviving my whole damn life. One shot taken, this is the life I made. Blood on the knuckles, dirt on the name. I stood when they stayed. Heavy is the crown, harder is the game. Harder is the game, harder is the game. I don't bend, I don't break. I don't give up, just take. Under the weight, under the wheels, under the fire, I ride. I ride. This is the life I made. Blood on the knuckles, dirt on the name. I stood when they stayed. Heavy is the crown, harder is the game. Harder is the game. I ride. Made blood on the knuckles, dirt on the name. I stood when they stayed. Heavy is the crown, harder is the game. Harder is the game. I rise, I rise. We don't do rumors, we run facts. No smoke without structure, no noise without receipts.
This is Hit Run!
This is Hit and Run. I've walked through deserts with boots full of sand, carried more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't